Are we ready?
Okay, yes.
Okay, good evening. Good evening. I think we're going to get started. And welcome to the Nampa City Council meeting. We're just running a few minutes late getting started, but welcome. You know, we have a wonderful tradition here, and that is that we always begin with an invocation. And I appreciate Mr. McPherson, who's a retired pastor and former Idaho Conference president for the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Thank you so much for being here this evening. Go ahead and come forward. We'll let you open us in prayer. We'll stand and then lead us in the pledge. So let's stand.
Thank you. Let's bow our heads. Almighty God, at the beginning of this council meeting this evening, we recognize your presence, your power, and your wisdom. You are everywhere because we are taught in your word that you're omnipresent. You see all and hear all and understand all things. You recognize and understand our strengths and our needs. You know our words, our actions, and even our motives. They are open before you. Because you made us, our world, our galaxy, our cosmos, you give us life. Life itself and the ability to manage and the ability to make choices. Therefore, we crave your counsel. We crave what you are enabled to do in guiding us in your wisdom in the choices and deliberations that we make tonight. Lord, we need your guidance. We need your rules of morality. Your rules of morality, we remember, are honor parents, life is precious, marital loyalty, faithfulness. There are property rights. Be true to your word, and don't envy those who have more than we. This is the basis we understand and believe is for any successful and peaceful civilization. To sum up these rules, Jesus made this remark in the Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 7. Treat others as you wish to be treated. Heavenly Father, care for us as we work and care for each other. Lord, in addition, we want to express appreciation for each person that is serving here in our city, especially our mayor, Debbie Klein. Be with her husband. Give her health and give her strength to carry the responsibilities that you have given her. I pray also for each member of the city council and for the entire staff in this building, that they might do what is pleasing in your sight. When Jesus was here, he taught us to talk to our Heavenly Father, the infinite ruler of the universe, as if he were our personal friend and father. Jesus also said, bring our praise and our requests to him and use his name as a reference. And so tonight we ask and praise all of these things in the precious name of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Amen. Amen. Pledge of Allegiance. To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much for being here this evening. Thank you for opening us in prayer. Thank you. Mr. McPherson happens to be the father of our COO, Peter, which is wonderful. It's wonderful to have him here this evening. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Ingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Everfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Mayor McLean, could I just take just a second?
I know regarding 8.2 that the hearing, the public hearing is closed. And there are several ladies here that weren't able to testify regarding this issue. So I wondered if it would be okay for them, rather than reopen the public hearing, to allow them to speak in the community time. Would that be okay?
Mayor,
Yes,
Councilman
please.
Rodriguez, where this meeting was noticed and explicitly had said that it was just for rebuttal, we're not in a position to reopen that. And that would be the direction I would provide at this time. Thank you
Okay.
for your interest in being here, though.
Well, what I'm referring to is that in the public forum.
Well, it's directly related to an agenda item that was a public hearing.
Right.
And because there is, and I think that's what our legal counsel is saying, because that would be public testimony in a public hearing nature,
Yeah.
that because it was noticed that it was closed, that we cannot take additional public testimony because it
Okay.
was closed.
Yes, Mayor, I concur with that assessment right there. And additionally, it's been the ongoing policy that during the public forum, they're not to speak on any public hearing items. And so that would conform with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So were there any proposed amendments to the agenda? I don't have any. Seeing none, I would stand for a motion to adopt the agenda as proposed.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Okay, that moves us on to number 3, which are agency and commission reports, and we don't have any this evening. So we'll go into staff communications. I have something that I'd like to do before we step into Public Works staff communication, and that is introduce our new executive director of the library, Jared Tolman. Jared, come on forward. Jared just started this week, and let's give him a round of applause. Thank you, guys. Well, Jared, it's great to have you back in Idaho, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
So I was born and raised in Twin Falls. After high school, I did move here to Nampa for a few years. I used to teach as one of the climbing instructors over at the rec center before going off, getting married, getting my degree, and I've served as a library director for the last 8 years, and excited for this opportunity to come back home to Idaho and be a part of this community once again. And that was a big draw as to why I even applied in the beginning, is because I knew this community, loved this community, and wanted to see a difference come into it.
It's great to have you. Council, do you have any questions for Jared? Other than welcome. It's great to have you here, and we will be seeing more of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Public Works. Hey, Crystal.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. In your packet on staff communications, you will see a street division snow removal update. I'm not going to go over that, but if you guys have any questions, please let me know. What I am here to speak with you all about today is to give a update on our RAISE grant. As you all recall, that is that $5 million zero match grant that we received it's called the Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equality. That is the only time I will say it for here forevermore. I will refer to it as RAISE. On August 28th of 22 is when we got notification of award for this, and we officially were able to kick the project off July 22nd of 2024. So it took us almost 2 years to get through the paperwork process and all of the MOUs with the state that we had to get through, as well as scoping and negotiations. I do have our prime consultant here, Pearson DeWitt. He's our program manager with HDR, for any additional questions if you guys have it. My plan is to come before council and give these updates quarterly. If you guys would like to see them more often, I'm happy to come and talk in front of the microphone, but you do see me often enough that you might not want to hear me more. So kicking off, I'm going to start with talking about high level what all these projects were. First is the why. Why did we choose these specific projects? These projects were selected out of the obligations that we laid out in the RAISE grant application. So when I inherited this project, we knew what our sideboards are, we knew what projects we had to hit, and during the scoping and negotiation process, we were able to decide at that time which projects were going to be able to move all the way through design and which ones would need to stay in the planning and the concept phase. And that was based fully on that $5 million. We used every dollar we could during this negotiation. So the first project we're calling the multimodal analysis. It's a rehab. This goes all the way through design. In this area, it identifies and repairs existing deficiencies at curb ramps and sidewalks. You can see in this graphic that I show 5 finite projects coming out of this. That means this one project is going to yield 5 shelf-ready projects that we can go after with either city funding, grant funding. It's really eligible for things like CDBG, our transportation alternative programs, or child pedestrian safety programs. The packages that we chose are anywhere between about $200,000 and $500,000 for design or for construction. So we chose 5 different projects that we could easily implement as grants arise. The next one we're calling Mobility Hubs. This is a planning level document only, or we also refer to it as a guidebook, so I might refer to that later as the project progresses, but it's for implementing different types of transit in Nampa. So this includes mobility hub recommendations for like park and rides, ride shares, things like that. It gives engineers and designers tips on how to design for and seamlessly include transit into projects. An example of this, let's say we wanted to put a bus stop at one of our intersections. This will give us recommendations to say it needs to be on the downstream on this side. You need to have this much of a bulb out, things like that. And then as well as like bus stop placement and amenities. And we are working with our partners with VRT, Treasure Valley Transit, and other mobility hub people for this. What we're calling Project 1, this comes to a complete design. This is Northside Boulevard and 4th Street intersections. It also includes widening the bridge on North Broadmoor Way, which is just 1 block to the west of this. This one's kind of a skosh out. We were able to renegotiate with FHWA on this because actually the bridge we had planned to replace with the RAISE grant was the 14th Avenue Bridge, and we were able to replace that with the Little B money that came from LTAC. So we were able to kind of swap bridge for bridge and still get that bridge improvement. So we got 2 bridges out of the deal instead of 1. So this project specifically looks at signalizing North Side and 4th, including updating the curb ramps at that. When we do that, North Side Boulevard and Broadmoor Way, so that's located just on the very bottom of that rail overpass. There's some sight distance issues. That will become a right in, right out, reducing all of those angle turning crashes that we have. And then it also looks at replacing that bridge on Broadmoor Way. It's over Indian Creek. Right now it is a single lane bridge. It's our only single lane bridge here in Nampa, so I'm very excited to get this one designed and up for replacement. And then that new structure will also include sidewalks, and it'll be expanded to the east. I will say we have some development on Broadmoor Way in this area. We have set aside some of the money from development to go towards the construction of this. So RAISE grant is paying completely for design with no city dollars match on this, and then partial construction funding is coming from the developers. So we only have to find the rest of the construction money, and then we'll be one complete project. Project 2 is 6th Street and 2nd Avenue North Rehab. So it rehabs 6th Street. It reconstructs it where necessary, as well as looking at the curb ramps, sidewalk, side paths. Basically between North Side and 16th. There's also a portion of 2nd Avenue North, which is also called 4th Road North, because we like multiple road names here in Nampa. Between 6th and 1st, that gets you from that Indian Creek pathway up to this new side path. You will see improvements at 2 at-grade rail crossings along 3rd Avenue and 6th Street at those intersections and the spur directly to the east of that intersection, as well as looking at 6th Street North over Phyllis Canal, adding sidewalks to the existing bridge. So this is another project that we will have a design package. It will be a heftier design package, but it will be grant eligible. Project 3 is probably our most exciting one. I feel what most people think of when they think of Rays. This will be a concept only, but it's the 14th Avenue rail overpass for active transportation bridge. We're calling it 14th Avenue. It may not be at 14th. So we're looking at 3 different alternatives for this. One, what if we did nothing and just left it as is? Do we even need it? One looks at improving the existing 16th Street Bridge to accommodate pedestrians better. Right now, there's some pretty steep inclines on both sides of that bridge. And then the third is, what if we put a new pedestrian bridge over the railroad at 14th Avenue? In that scenario, we're going to look at 2 different type of ramp options that I'm pointing out. The pictures to the right of the screen, these are just examples. This is not what we're putting in, but both look for gradual incline approach ramps. So you may be able to see like a switchback style. Those first upper 2 photos are the switchback style ramp, or you can see some form of spiral ramp, which are the bottom 2 photos. This means we are excluding one long single ramp, where it's just one long straight ramp. The reason behind this is because it takes a lot of right-of-way. We'd have to chase that ramp, 3 to 4 city blocks or even farther in some cases in order to get a ramp of that accommodated. This concept will look at bridge design, type, size, and location, as well as get concept approval. Project 4 is another full design package. This is 16th Avenue and 6th Street intersection improvements. We're calling it this intersection, but it's going to be improvements anywhere between like the 4th and 6th Street North locations on 16th Avenue. So this will evaluate either putting in a signal or most likely a hawk. Those are those pedestrian hybrid beacons. The improvements will be limited just to the intersection, or in the hawk, it'll be a mid-block crossing. And I will say construction for this project was designed fully with the RAISE grant with no city match. Construction for this project is funded fully with the VRT grant that we are receiving. So another project that we have fully designed and constructed with no city dollars here. Project 5 is an Indian Creek Pathway extension. This one's a concept only as well. This is a 1.6 mile extension of Indian Creek Pathway. It goes from 2nd Avenue North, kind of over by the rail underpasses, and takes it all the way across Northside Boulevard to that Idaho Charts Charter School. And then the last one that I have for you, Project 6, is also just a concept. This looks at 1st Street North and 3rd Street North, the rail underpasses. This picture, I want to say, is at 3rd Street just last year. This one, unfortunately, is hit quite often. So these concept will evaluate measures to correct the substandard height. At width, we are anticipating that the roadway will need to be to go down, that we will not be able to raise the bridge up, because again, the amount of grade that you would have to chase for a rail overpass like this would be substantial. So we're anticipating the road going down, and there will be some form of permanent dewatering at this location, similar to how we have at 11th. I want to give you a high-level schedule right here, because I just talked about 8 projects, and one of those projects has 5 projects, so that's a lot of projects just for RAISE. RAISE is an umbrella term. Here you can kind of see how all the different projects are stacking into each other. That multimodal and the mobility hub, so that guidebook as well as the ped ramps have already kicked off. They're well on their way in design. North Side and 4th, the pictures that I showed were some of the geotechnical drilling, and so surveys being done too, so that one's kicked off as well. And then just last week, we talked about 6th Street and 2nd Avenue rehab, and 16th and 6th, that hawk signal that I was talking about. So those ones are just getting kicked off. Contractually, the end date that we had promised FHWA that all of these projects would be done by is March 1st of 27. So that is our end date for the entire program, but you can see each one of these have different durations. I gave you a lot of information to digest. So I'll stand for any questions that you have on RAISE, and look forward to our next update.
Crystal, thank you so much. Council, do you have any questions?
Mayor?
Yes.
I do just have one question. When a truck flies into a bridge that's low hanging, are we liable or are they liable? Like that one that shows the U-Haul and whatever Oak Group Harbor flew into the bridge, is that our?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, it's the vehicles. So we have adequate signage. Actually, we've oversigned both of those locations. We are still looking for different opportunities that we can do interim safety improvements. We're looking at some form of like blinky lights that tell people when they're over the height. We're flirting with the idea of, it's basically like a metal bar, like when you enter a parking garage. So again, it will tell vehicles, hey, you are over height. We're not joking about this height restriction. But unfortunately, some people still want to test it.
Thank you.
Crystal, quick question. On a couple of those projects that are design only, if they get done before the end of the grant, can we go ahead and begin applying for grants for those projects before the end, March 1 of 27?
Mayor
If
Quinn, that's
we
a
can.
great question, and absolutely we can, and we
Good.
plan to.
I'm glad. Thank you. Great job. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, yes.
Project 3, which is that 14th Avenue or somewhere between 11th and 16th pedestrian overpass, who's going to be making the final determination on what direction to go on that?
Mayor, Councilman Haverfield will bring this before City Council. We also have a RAISE task force, which a few of our council members are part of, and we'll do heavy stakeholder outreach on this. But all of these concept designs will come before council.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Did you have anything else to show us tonight? That was it? Crystal, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Good evening, Rodney.
Hi, Mayor and Council. Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. So we just reporting on the Planning and Zoning Commission February 25th meeting. The first one was a final plat for Kinghorn Place, number 4, and this is on East Bruce Street, west of Northside Boulevard, north of Eustick Road, and east of Midland Boulevard. And this was for 36 single-family detached homes, and P&Z recommended approval, and this will come before you this evening. The next one is or already came before you in the consent agenda, sorry about that. Final plat for Spring Shores number 4, and the northwest corner of 11th Avenue North and East Landry Street, south of Eustick Road. Again, very similar, 37 single-family detached lots, and that came before you as well this evening in consent. The next one is for East Canyon Community. This is a pretty big project, master plan community with some comprehensive plan map amendments and annexation and zoning. And this one is south of Elm Lane, west of North Canada Road, and east of Prescott Lane, north of Eustick Road. And this one is a big mixed-use development, and this was recommended for approval by Planning and Zoning. This will come before you on May 19th. And then the final one was a conditional use permit for Home Depot. If you recall, we had some code changes recently that we said they'll need to get a conditional use permit to advertise products out in the parking lot. That helps us ensure that we have enough parking. And so that went before the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they did approve it. That's all.
Rodney, thank you. Are there any questions for Rodney? Thank you for the updates. Appreciate it. Okay. So the next item on our agenda is actually new business, and it's item 5.1. This is an action item. Is to consider the waiver request for alcohol catering permits for Marist Hall. This is at St. Paul's Catholic Church located at 500 West Roosevelt Avenue, and to approve the consent to cater form submitted by St. Paul's Catholic Church, which is located within 300 feet of the venue. And this is for a perpetual period up to 12 consecutive months from the date of the consent form. Council, do you have any questions on this?
I'll make a motion to approve.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds. Haverfield.
Yeah.
Griffin.
Yes.
Pinkula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 5.2 is an action item, and this is to consider the waiver request for alcohol catering permits for the Vintage Rose located at 14095 North Nana Lane, and approve the consent to cater form submitted by the Rock of the Christian and Missionary Alliance at 11220 Lone Star Road, which is located within 300 feet of the venue, for a perpetual period of up to 12 consecutive months from the date of the consent form.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Angula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
I'll just say I'm not happy with the precedent, but since they're the ones that are applying, then I'll say yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we do not have any proclamations this evening. The next item on the agenda is our opportunity for a public forum. These are Nampa residents wishing to speak on a non-agenda item. It is 3-minute limit per speaker, and I believe we do have some people that have signed up, and Shar will let you take us there.
Madam Mayor, we originally had 2 people signed up. One of the individuals who did provide some hard copies chose not to speak. So our speaker is Bob Gaddis, and he did supply some handouts which are at your seats.
Thank you. Good evening, Bob. Even though we know you, we'll go ahead and have you share your name and your address.
My name is Bob Gaddis. I live at 503 19th Avenue South in Nampa. I'll keep this very brief. You've all seen all the invoices and what have you on this. This friend of mine, Ms. Buell, who's supposed to be here but has been delayed, lived at that home for 7 years, never had any problems at all with her water system. 3 years before the problem started, a new water line was installed between the city and the house. The last week of May, her water heater quit. On June 10th, that water line was disturbed on South Power Line. The water only flows north and south. On September 24th, the water line from Power Line to Murray Street and Power Line to Dufur was rehabbed according to the city paperwork. On September 27th, the water heater quit again. I had a plumber look at it. It was absolutely loaded with sediment, and if in that packet you've got, you can see the first picture. There's what it looked like. We eliminated every possible cause. Had an electrician check for an electrolysis problem. My plumber went through it, could not find any problem at all. On October 24th, the water heater quit again and was heavily loaded. The elements were heavily coated with the same sediment. We were able to flush that heater and make it work and install new elements that were designed to resist the sediment. So far, things seem to be okay. There's only one possible source for this sediment, and that is the city water system. It's been said that the problem originates in the house from city staff. The water only flows one way. It flows in. It does not flow from the house back into the water heater. The city water line was installed on September 30th of 1988, so it's been in the ground nearly 37 years. It's reasonable to assume that there's buildup inside the pipe that's accumulated. The water heater, the only thing between that plastic line and the water heater is about 10 feet of galvanized pipe, which we've had open on both ends, and there is not an accumulation in there. From talking to several city staff, I've been told, when I've asked for an explanation of where the sediment come from, all I've been told is, we don't know, but it's not the city's fault. Well, there doesn't seem to be a disagreement that the sediment's there. It seems to be on where it came from. There's only one source. We've accumulated a bill of $3,283.43 dealing with this. I think it's only reasonable that we be reimbursed for this. If somebody can give me an explanation for what happened, other than we don't know, I'll listen. But that's all I've been told so far. I've had the professionals look at it. The electrician's been in business. I've done business with him for 25 years. The plumber is a journeyman. He's been in business for many years. I think they're both competent. So I'll pretty much leave it at that. But I don't feel that it's that we pay this bill.
Bob, thank you. And as you mentioned, we do have a copy of your paperwork, and I think council is very well aware of this issue, so we will just maybe get back in touch with you after tonight. This is not a decision.
I
here,
don't
so-
expect a decision tonight, but I would, if anybody has any questions that I can answer, I'll do the best I can.
Thank you. I don't think we have any questions. You've done a good job of explaining it, and thank you for bringing
Believe me,
it up.
I've got half a ream of paper here.
I know.
And it was, anyway, so who would my contact person be about this?
It'll be back to our office, so,
To
because...
your office?
Yeah, back to
Okay.
our office.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any other advanced signups for the public forum.
Is there anyone here that had intended to testify, and again, this is a Nampa resident, intending to speak on a non-agenda item? Is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will move to our unfinished business, which is item 9 on the agenda. 9.1 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the resolution for the comprehensive plan map amendment from residential mixed use to medium-density residential land use designation for all parcels within the area north of Alma Lane, south of Locust Lane, east of Southside Boulevard, west of Happy Valley, excluding the northwest corner, which is zoned community business, and the low-density residential area designated for the existing county subdivision. This is approximately 266.6 acres for Trilogy Development, representing Endurance Holdings LLC. Oh, I'm sorry, and it is requested to pass under
No.
suspension. I'm sorry. Oh, this is just a resolution. That's it. I'm sorry, because I'm looking for that right there. So we're just looking for a motion to approve the resolution. I'm so used to this being an ordinance. So it's been moved and seconded. Is
Under
there
suspension of rules?
actually no suspension of rules since it's a resolution? So I messed up, excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Kingula. Yes. Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so the next order of business is actually our public hearings. And unfortunately, we cannot begin, or fortunately, until 6 o'clock. So at that, we could just take a break for 20 minutes. We could re-adjourn into executive session if we had further discussion that we needed to have, but I don't know that we do unless council would like to request it. What is the will of council at this time? We don't need anything? Okay, well then we're going to take a recess, and we'll come back together in about 15 minutes and be ready to go right when the phone hits 6 o'clock, we're going to hit it. So, thank you, we will recess. Just in case you guys are wondering, the public hearings cannot start until 6 o'clock. So we have 3.5 minutes. So we're just waiting. If you're allowed to, can we just share whatever? Okay, Amy, grab the microphone. You go for it. It's your microphone.
To announce that for everybody. Okay. Hello, I don't know if you want me to address you or this message really is for the audience.
That's fine. You can take the mic out of
Okay.
there. There.
Well, it might take another few minutes for it to go. Oh, thank you. I killed it? Okay, that's a gift. Okay, well, hi. Since you're all here and we have a minute, my name is Amy Bowman. I'm the Director of Communications for the City of Nampa, and I just wanted to let you know, well, one, if you're not following us on social, please do. That would be lovely. And also, if you are interested, the mayor and some city staff and different council members will be joining in different evenings for a kind of a district tour. I don't know if you know that city council and the mayor are elected by districts now, and so you all have a district that you are in. And so we are having 3 different evenings in April. And so districts 1 and 2 will be April 16th, districts 3 and 6 are April 8th, and districts 4 and 5 are April 28th. And it'll just be a couple hours of an opportunity to hear from us and then to answer questions that you guys might have. So I just want you to know that you're invited to come out. And I know we're kind of a growing community, but it's kind of fun to have an opportunity to visit with y'all one-on-one. So just wanted you to know that you're welcome to do that.
Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank
Okay.
you, Amy.
Do you want me to leave this up here, James? Okay.
And it's 5:58.
No, we don't go too far. This one should be relatively short because there's no testimony on this one. I did.
Okay, it is 6 o'clock on the dot, and we are ready to begin our public hearings. And we will start with 8.1. 8.1 is an action item, and this is the adoption of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan, the comprehensive plan amendment to include the boundaries and land uses of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan, and a comprehensive text amendment to include the definition of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan in Chapter 15.1.1 of the Nampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan for the City of Nampa. This was continued from the 2/18 meeting. The public testimony was already received on this particular public hearing. Because it was late, we ended the meeting, and we're coming back to finish the rest of that meeting that did not get concluded that evening. And so the last portion of this is the rebuttal opportunity, which happens to be the city coming back and sharing a recap and to answer the questions possibly that were brought forth. Typically, that's what it is during the public testimony time. Preston, is there anything that I missed or we need to add?
Mayor, no, I think you captured accurately. The testimony portion is closed, and this is open, just limited to the staff rebuttal.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Madam Mayor, council members, my name is Brianna Sun, Senior Planner with the Planning and Zoning Department. Thank you for the opportunity to come back to you tonight to provide our rebuttal for the specific area plan. We've prepared a presentation to hopefully thoroughly and efficiently go through the concerns that we heard during the last meeting during public testimony. So first, I'd like to quickly touch on the purpose of the Planning and Zoning Department. The work we do for the city is to ensure that growth establishes a safe, vibrant, and economically sustainable community, and to conduct a transparent, consistent, thorough, lawful, and impartial planning and zoning entitlement process. We really keep this purpose top of mind in all of the work that we do, and especially through this planning process. More specifically, this plan aims to achieve a diversity of housing types, commercial services, and connectivity to support the entire community. We heard during public testimony all about the beauty of Lake Lowell and the refuge, and we really believe that these are public assets really for the community to enjoy for everyone. So in the last 4 years, the city has had great success with specific area planning. Staff has completed 2 other plans, including the Highway 2026 in North Nampa and the State Highway 16 specific area plan. The plan development process for the Southwest Nampa specific area plan was the same for these other specific area plans that I mentioned. These plans really allow the city to be proactive and prepare for growth while giving the community and landowners certainty on what they can expect in an area. So this project has been nearly a 3-year-long effort. Beginning when the city went through our area of impact expansion in 2022, City Council approved the AOI expansion on February 6, 2023. At that time, future land use map designations were also approved by City Council. In the summer of 2023, City Council approved funding for the Southwest Nampa specific area plan in the fiscal year 24 budget. In October of 2023, City Council approved the scope of work and authorized the contract with Kittleson & Associates for the plan development. In May of 2024, an open house was held, and 2 council members did attend that open house. In June of 2024, we held a joint workshop with Nampa City Council and the Board of County Commissioners, and then finally, in September of 2024, we held one final workshop with City Council and the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the draft plan document. There have been several touch points with Council on this project that allowed feedback and direction to staff. So during the public testimony, we heard concerns regarding several topics, all of which are completely valid. We do understand them. Staff understands that their worries and concerns are real, and we do our best as public servants to address them in the plan. For the sake of time, we're going to hit the high points and talk about these main topics that you see on the slide here. So concerns were noted regarding the public outreach process. I'm happy to go into the details of each of these public outreach processes, but for the sake of time, again, they're on the slide here, and I'll touch the high points. So let's see. So really the most important part here is that every property owner within the plan boundary and within 300 feet did receive a mailed notice of invitation to the public open house. We received several emails from individuals that couldn't attend and couldn't make it. Those individuals were put on a master contact list to be kept informed, and every individual that provided us their contact information in the planning process, whether email, survey, attending the open house, they were placed on that master contact list, and then everyone on that master contact list was invited back to the public hearing. The exhibit on the left shows all of the parcels that received a mailed letter inviting them to participate in the open house or to contact us if they'd like additional information. Nearly 900 letters were mailed. On the right is a copy of what that letter looks like. We also did a press release, seen here on the left, and multiple social media posts on Instagram, Facebook, Nextdoor. We're also posted informing the public about the open house and then also about the survey that was done. And then here are a few photos of the open house. We did have over 100 individuals attend. And then, as I said earlier, every individual that we received interest from throughout the planning process was put on that master contact list. And those individuals either received a mailed or emailed notice of the public hearing before planning and zoning and before city council. State law does not require that we do a mass mailing for public hearings if it impacts over 200 property owners, but as staff, we did see the importance that if you were interested in the process, you were notified of the public hearing. Additionally, all public hearings are placed in the newspaper and also on the city's website, and the citizens have the ability to sign up for public hearings in advance of when a public hearing is notified.
So Bree, just to go back and restate, I think I heard you say you sent over 900 letters. Is that correct?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, that is correct.
And is that 900 to each of the, or is that total?
Total. So we sent, I believe the number was 873 letters to property owners in the planned boundary and within 300 feet of the planned boundary. They received a letter to an invitation to the open house.
Okay, what about the public hearing notice?
Not to the public hearing.
Okay.
Just to the open house. And then if they showed interest, so they told us they wanted to stay informed throughout the process, then they were placed on a master contact list. And that master contact list, I believe, had nearly 200 people. And those 200 people received either a letter or an email notifying them of the public hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. So we heard during public testimony that 74% of questionnaire respondents did not support the proposed land use changes. I wanted to provide a little bit of context here into this question and the answer on the survey. The 74% is only of those that answered the question. So broken down a little differently, 40% of the respondents declined to answer or were unsure. And then that leaves 45% that were not in support of the changes, and then 15% were in favor of the proposed changes. Of those 78 individuals that were not in support, they were asked a follow-up question on the questionnaire. They were asked an open-ended question, why did you say no, you were not in support? Only 57 respondents elaborated as to why they said no. 20 responses noted traffic and infrastructure concerns. 11 were concerned about preserving ag land, and 12 were no growth or no change sentiments. We can provide mitigation to the traffic concerns. There are ways in which city development can promote the preservation of ag land as well, which I will discuss here shortly. And lastly, no growth and no change is really just not a viable option for the city. No growth is not a land use designation that we have available to use. Change and growth really are inevitable, but we can plan and prepare for it. So moving on to traffic, we heard a lot of testimony noting concerns on traffic. Staff did speak with ITD, and they acknowledge and understand that congestion at Karcher is an issue. No one's denying that. They are making improvements to that interchange currently that will relieve some congestion. To mitigate congestion at Karcher, ITD has identified the need for a new interchange somewhere between Highway 2026 to the north and Karcher to the south. ITD's #1 priority right now is still State Highway 16, but they did tell us that their second highest priority would be this new interchange between 2026 and Karcher. Within the plan area, let me back up a little bit. Both Nampa and Caldwell also have committed to funding a conceptual study of this interchange in the future. So within the plan area, the proposed mid-mile collector roadways will promote greater mobility and access, dispersing traffic. The locations of these roadways are conceptual. They would still need to be incorporated in the transportation master plan. And lastly, new development will pay impact fees, and those impact fees will go towards making roadway improvements. Without new development, the funding and the need for current and future transportation improvements really is low. So benefits of density, so moving on to density. So We heard a lot of concerns about density during public testimony and just really over the land use choices that were made. There are several benefits to creating the opportunity for density to occur. So preservation of ag land is one. We have a housing need, and by allowing more dense housing, we will take up less land, leading really to less sprawl and ultimately the preservation of that ag land. Density also brings in necessary commercial services. In the questionnaire, there were at least 16 mentions during the open-ended comment section of people stating that they wanted commercial services in Southwest Nampa. The opportunity for attainable housing, by allowing more dense housing, there is a potential that we will impact supply and demand and bring down the cost of housing, allowing for more families in Nampa to purchase a home and be homeowners. Lastly, density creates compatibility. We are proposing to include more density closer to the city and less density near the lake and wildlife refuge. It's really about striking that balance between, what we would like and the future land use map changes that really need to occur. So moving on, I'd like to discuss a little more detail the land use choices. Staff was deliberate in choosing these. We chose the 2 lowest density designations to be placed adjacent to Lake Wool and the Wildlife Refuge. This creates a transition from the city core to those more rural areas. So our 2 lowest possible designations were included in the plan along those buffers. Also, during the City of Caldwell's comprehensive plan update, they wanted to change that area that's circled there in black to be medium density residential, and we worked closely with their staff to ensure that that was changed back to that estate style development so we had compatibility with our area of impact. So the community mixed use area near the park and school sites was included to create a centralized district. Rather than having commercial spread out throughout the plan and the area, this would provide current and future residents those necessary services. Having commercial services near these residences will assist in lowering traffic volumes in areas like Karcher because fewer people will have to travel up to Karcher to get to those goods and services. Medium density residential is proposed adjacent to existing city limits. These existing developments are also medium density residential. The 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre was proposed in order to create the necessary density to support those commercial services. So we need the density to support the commercial. At the time that these existing developments that I've identified here were approved, the comp plan was actually allowing subdivisions to go up to 9 dwelling units an acre. We did change that with the 2020 comp plan. Also at this time, there was not an open space requirement in these subdivisions. So any new development that is to go in will be at that 2.5 to 8 and will also have open space requirements.
Bree, I'm going to pause for just a second.
Yes, Mayor.
I do want to encourage everybody that there's, and you're doing pretty good so far, but no talking or comments or anything during the presentation. We appreciate that. Could you go back? I wanted to make sure I understood what you just said, that the current plan that is in place allows, could you repeat that?
Yes. So
what density compared to this plan?
So actually, what I was saying actually, Mayor, was that when these subdivisions that you see identified here, Eagle Stream, Westminster, Mission Point, Center Point, Stells Point, Carrot Hill, when those subdivisions were developed, the city allowed up to 9 dwelling units an acre in its medium density.
And is that what is currently in place today?
No, it is currently at 8 today. So we have lowered that.
We've lowered the density?
Yes.
Okay.
So we have lowered that density, and the point here is really to show that despite allowing up to 8, and at the time allowing up to 9, we don't get up to 8 and 9 dwelling units an acre. We heard a lot of that during the public testimony, that if we allow 8, they'll go to 8. But despite that, the average density for all preliminary plats in the city since 2018 is 4.07 dwelling units per acre. So that's really in line with what you're seeing here and for what was most recently approved in the Adara subdivision.
Thank you for going back over that. I appreciate it.
Yeah, certainly. So, and then on the left here is the existing future land use map, and on the right is the proposed future land use map. The maximum number of dwelling units, so we did the build out for both. So currently, if we didn't change the future land use map, the max number of dwelling units that it would allow is 10,509. What we're proposing, the max moves it up a whole 29 dwelling units. There's not hardly a difference in the maximum number of dwelling units that this plan is proposing compared to what is already existing. Yeah, we're good. During public testimony, we heard concerns over the school site selections. I can't speak on behalf of the Nampa School District, but I can say that the city did not participate in the selection of these school sites. The school district has owned these sites for several years, if not decades, long before they were deciding to close schools or had their, the concerns that they do have now. They don't have any current plans to develop these schools, but eventually when growth does occur, there will be a need for new schools in this area, and a new Nampa High School is currently needed now. They have a large amount of deferred maintenance on their high school. It was communicated to us that it makes more sense to build a new high school than it does to even fix the existing one. So that's why they're holding on to this piece of land. Really, the city and the school district are thinking long-term. We're being proactive rather than reactive to the growth that is going to occur. So another concern mentioned by several who gave testimony was the preservation of ag land. First, I'll point back to the questionnaire where only 15% of the respondents identified that their land was being used for agricultural purposes. Of all the owners and representatives that we interviewed, none of them were personally farming their land. They were being leased to a company or another individual to farm that land for them. Really creating the opportunity for density, again, preserves that ag land and limits the sprawl. So during our outreach and through other projects that we've worked on, we've heard from farmers and those involved in the ag industry, and that there are really three main things needed for a large-scale commercial farm to be successful, and that is large amounts of acreage that is contiguous, in isolation, and good soil. The southwest Nampa area lacks those large contiguous swaths of land. According to the USDA, the average size of a farm in Idaho in 2022 was 505 acres. The largest parcel in this plan is only 103, and the largest landowner only owns about 300 acres. Isolation is vital for the protection of crops. So we heard from farmers saying that when they're farming, they need that isolation to protect their crops and also for the safety of their farmers to be able to move their equipment from field to field. So, adding homes and people and traffic nearby isn't conducive to that. So the Southwest Nampa Plan area has been identified as having good soils. That is very true. However, really without the other two things, large contiguous acreage and that isolation, farmers will continue to struggle to be truly successful in this area. So additionally, and most importantly, the city has communicated to the county that, and to the ag industry, that the city will not pursue development plans south of Lakeshore Drive in an effort to preserve that contiguous farmland. So the county did prefer that the city focuses its future development in the Southwest Nampa area, which is the area on the left here. The Southwest, you can just really see the difference here. So the left is the Southwest Nampa Plan area, and then the right is the area south of Lakeshore Drive. So the plan area that we're looking at already has Caldwell city limits abutting it to the north, city limits to the east, and it has county development dispersed throughout. Whereas in South Nampa, there are large tracts of land with little to no development to be interrupting the farmers. And again, the city and the county really would like to work together on this, and this is what we communicated to the county. So it's a logical conclusion that development will continue to occur in this direction. Generally speaking, there is little land available for city-type development. We should seek to use our land to the highest and best use rather than continue to sprawl outwards and eat up ag land. It would also not be cost-effective for the city to allow development at these low densities that you see here within the city limits. The city would not receive the needed tax revenue to properly maintain water, sewer, pressurized irrigation, roadway infrastructure to service these areas properly. Lastly, the county has indicated that, again, it's their preference that the city facilitate city development and that the county focus on its preservation of ag land. But again, we can work together with them on that. The final item of concern we heard frequently during public testimony was the Deer Flat National Wildlife Refuge. Staff did meet with staff at the refuge. They shared no objections to the plan whatsoever, but they did appreciate the 60 to 80 foot buffer proposed in the plan. One concern that they did voice was the high speeds at which cars travel on Roosevelt. Unfortunately, that's an existing problem. As development actually occurs, speed limits would be reduced in this area. It's also important to note that this is federal land. The Wildlife Refuge is a place for preservation and protection of animals and birds. The area adjacent to the refuge is private property, and the state of Idaho has given property owners the right to seek development of their land. So in conclusion, again, we completely understand that change is difficult, and we can appreciate the concerns that we heard during public testimony, but staff does feel that those concerns have been addressed. The public outreach that we did was very robust. Planning for no growth or very low density is not a realistic solution for addressing the needs of our community. And traffic mitigation measures are addressed in the plan through mid-mile collectors, centralized services, a good grid pattern street network, and the opportunity to walk and bike on the extensive pathway system. So thank you, and I will stand for any questions.
Council, do you have questions?
There I do.
Okay.
Bree, I got several. I'll start off with a few and then defer to somebody else for a moment. So page 524 in our packet, are you, so...
I'm not sure.
So how we find this is the exhibit that shows the units per acre that's being proposed.
Units per acre.
Rodney, are you going to pull that up? So Rodney's going to pull it up. Oh, it's your slide. Yeah, it's your slide with a plan on it that you had up a minute ago.
Go back to the comparison slide, please.
You have yours
This one right there.
apart.
We'll stop here. Yeah. We'll leave this up.
That's it?
Yeah.
So then you also had in the packet the aerial that shows basically the look down of the properties that you can't see. So it'd be.
So on the left with the red circles is the plan area.
So what I'm trying to distinguish is on the proposed comp plan, where we have 5 to 8 dwelling units in some of the areas that are touching. So for instance, in the center of the screen you have on the left there, you have an area that's got a fair amount of residential already built, which would have been built under the county, not city. And then adjacent to those properties are proposed 5 to 8 dwelling units. So in studying the various maps and looking at things, it appears that potentially the 5 to 8 is what's causing some heartburn from a density point of view, and whether we need to get more of the 2.5 to 5 number coming against some of these county subdivisions, so to speak. And so so that's one of the things, in studying, I can go through and point out all the different ones. And then there's a couple of them that you've noted in your comments that were more of the 1 to 3 acre size, and yet some of that we've got 1 to 2.5 units, so we've buffered in there. And then we've left even down to, it looks like, south of Rivendell Court, 1 unit, dwelling unit per acre.
Or even
So,
less, correct.
or stay in ag land. So there's some transition that I found that looked good, but it's more up north of Midland or Midway Park.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilmember, I can definitely speak to why we chose that, but really the reason, as I stated, is to increase that density to support those commercial services around the school sites, the park, and what hopefully will be a commercial center. However, as council and mayor, that is your decision if you would like to see those changed. I mean, we have the ability to change the plan. It is the city's plan, so.
So do we have the ability to change from a standpoint of a transition, 100, 200-foot buffer zone to some of those existing, to have a 1 to 1.5 acre per unit, and then from there we transition. So the development, if a plat was going in, the lots adjacent to the existing would be much larger, and it would be known quantity that our plan is asking for that. But across the street and beyond, away from those county existing homes, then we could go back to the 4.5, 5 units per acre.
Yeah, Councilmember, it would be our recommendation that in the medium density, the orange here, that we stick between either the 2.5 to the 5 in the orange area. So those areas that are 5 to 8 could easily be changed to 2.5 to 5. That's no issue at all. That's completely.
It seemed like some of the comments that were made during the hearing focused a lot on that 8-unit, and the reality of that really happening is minimal, but yet from a plan point of view, from my perspective, there's not a problem with if we get rid of the 5 to 8 and get down to the 3 to 5 type numbers, as well as if there's a way in the plan that we say there's going to be a buffer transition against existing communities.
Yeah, so Mayor, Council Member, currently in the plan, we say something to the effect of the 60 to 80-foot buffer for the refuge. Something very similar could be drafted in the plan language that is, as you're suggesting, some kind of buffer between those. We would just need to probably, I'm not sure, Rodney, how we would handle
Mayor,
that.
I'm sorry, this is Rodney Ashby. I just would maybe have a question about that. What is the criteria for having that buffer? Is it a county subdivision? Is it an existing single-family home on a parcel? How do we create that buffer? We have quite a bit of development out here, so how do we determine that?
Well, for me, it was that there's actually a plat.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not thinking the singleton house on 1 acre that we're trying to buffer around, and I realize that may impact a few people, but it's more of those already recorded. I remember on some of our projects previously, we had to have large lots against county plat. And then it seemed like we kind of transitioned, somewhere along the years we transitioned. And it seems like on this particular side of town, where there was so much, or it appears to me as I look at the aerial, there's a lot of acreage platted communities. Some are city, the elongated area, those are city plats. But when you move and get north of Midway Park, there's a fair amount of area there that has, I presume they were county platted subdivisions that were coming around. There's a few between Midway, and Lake along Smith that have gone in the last 10 years, it would appear. And so I'm just trying to find a little bit of that transition that I'm not sure what we currently have there is communicating well enough that the public understands what the intent is.
Mayor and council, I just, a couple of things. First of all, there is still a requirement for when there's really large acreage parcels to have the larger parcels abutting up against it as it develops. So we have that, but it's not, I think it's a maximum of 10,000 square feet, and that's the max that we would be at. So any city development that was up against these types of developments would have a requirement of the 10,000 square foot lots. However, it is only for the abutting parcels right next to it. So if you're trying to transition over several hundred feet or something, then we would need some kind of direction from you tonight to do that buffer, but that's definitely possible. And we have those, I think she had it on her slides here, the platted lots. You can see them pretty easily here. We could easily create a buffer of some kind and bring that map back to you if that's the direction you give us.
Well, I'm thinking that that's a great deal of the comments that were made at the last hearing. I felt that was one of the primary repetitive comment. The other part is I need to ask, and I remember when we were with the county commissioners and we were going through this, the flag area that goes to the west, north of the Deer Flat Preserve area. Is there, I need clarification again, why we're jogging out that far to the west and possibly not stopping at Lake or possibly a few parcels in, why that's included in the boundary?
Yeah, Mayor, council member, so this area was discussed and specifically with Caldwell and the county as far back as 2016 for this to be our area of impact. And that was mostly due to working with Caldwell and feeling like we had a fair balance there. So we took this portion that jogged out, and then they took some other portions further north. So it was something that was negotiated almost a decade ago between the county and the city of Caldwell.
Okay, so a question then is, if we so desired to eliminate that one portion, is that within the prerogative, or was that set by the county that the city has that as their impact area and must deal with it?
Council, it is part of our impact area, and it already has a future land use map designation over it. I guess in theory you could exclude it from the specific area plan, but it would still have a land use designation over it in our currently adopted future land use map and currently adopted area of impact.
And I would, if I could ask the question, what would you be hoping to achieve in doing so?
Well, there's just 2 or 3 areas that, for me, there was that one drawing that was provided in our packet that landowners had said we don't want to be included. And so half of that section appeared to be in that regard. And then, so I was just looking at if there's a way to clean up some of what we're doing or whether it's already set. So I just wasn't sure.
It would be giving away more property to Caldwell, which I really don't want to do because we've already got Caldwell with the subdivisions right next to our industrial area. That's a constant problem. And yeah, I wouldn't support it. I do think we need to come up with a good plan here, but I wouldn't support not moving forward with that.
Okay, I just...
Yeah. Mayor, council member, I will say we haven't, I don't know that we've totally firmed this up, but that last 80 acres just west of Indiana might possibly be outside of the 2-mile mark that for the new legislation that the state passed last year for area of impacts. So when we renegotiate when we reconfirm our area of impact with the county this year, we might lose that last 80 acres just because it's outside of the state requirements.
Okay. Well, you answered the question. That was part of what I saw. Comment then is, you comment about Lakeshore Drive. The county didn't want anything going south, and that kind of stopped the city at the moment from going south much of Locust, right?
That is correct, yes. So Mayor, council member, the city has communicated very clearly to the county commissioners. I know the mayor has been a part of those conversations, that we will not be pursuing any area of impact expansion any further than we already currently are at.
And that is specifically for the preservation of ag ground. Going south, it has to do with the ability to service the area, which the further south we go, but also if you look at this south area, the ag ground that's there, it's very sad that the county has approved so many subdivisions out there because it's killing our ag industry. And so we need to, that's why we're saying we're not going to go further south. This west area, as you look, the county has already approved quite a bit in there, which are county subdivisions in this west area. And if we don't continue, this is my opinion, if we don't continue with our current comp plan, Caldwell will move into that area, and that will be Caldwell, just as has happened in so many other areas. And so I personally support the plan not to move south, to preserve our ag ground, and then to continue here and to come up with a workable solution, whatever that is. Sorry, you didn't ask my opinion. You've just got it, sorry.
Mayor.
It's okay, Mayor. I appreciate your opinion being shared. So I'm going to take a rest, but have the opportunity to come back with a couple other questions so I keep moving from the notes.
Thank you. Bree, thank you for this presentation. I can understand the community mixed use up on the north, but that community mixed use that we put there by Midway and the two high schools, I can understand that in that section, as that develops out, we're going to want some resources there of sorts for the people that live in this impact area. I'm wondering why we went with a community mixed use. I went through all the 11 zones that make up that community mixed use, and a lot of them have high density type housing and things. So if we're just doing businesses and things like that, why we didn't do a community or a mixed use, or sorry, oh my goodness.
Like just a commercial
Just
zone?
a commercial, yeah, like just commercial, or like the GB1 or something like that. So I'm just curious.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilwoman, really great question. So on the left here, you can see the purple. So I can, the question is, the answer is kind of twofold. We really wanted, in the residential mixed use on the left, it requires a commercial component. So rather than having little 5-acre commercial lots that likely are to be undeveloped with every single residential subdivision that comes in, we thought it would be better to centralize all of the services. So you're going to the same location, that it's close to the park and the schools, so it's walking distance for students. And then the community mixed use was chosen rather than like a commercial because, as I stated in my presentation, we really need that density to support those commercial services. And the community mixed use allows for that high density. I will say in the plan document, we did limit it to that 12 dwelling units an acre. In the comp plan in other parts of the city in CMU or in high density, there isn't a limit for the high density. That we also, to make sure that we did get those commercial services, but also balanced that with the density, we did include in the plan a requirement that the area not be made up of more than 50% of the high density, because we would hate to see just high density come in and no commercial services. We want to preserve this core for those commercial services, for the necessary goods and services of this area. But to answer mostly your question is, we need that density to support the commercial, and the community mix use allows for that mix.
Mayor and council, I'm sorry, can I just add one thing to that? This area that's identified as community mixed use also is right between two schools. So it's kind of bookended by the schools. And again, that's thinking about what type of families would be living in those areas, what age group of children would be going to those schools. So it's an attempt to try to address both what Bree has talked about, but also to address the situation of the schools being there and the park.
So, Mayor? So,
Just real quick.
Really quick, point of clarity. Can you, the 50% that you just said, can you restate that just so I can write it down?
Yeah, certainly. So in the plan area, as developments come in, the footprint of their development, say they want to develop 20 acres, only 10 acres of that can be in high density. They have to develop the other 10 in commercial. So we're capping their high densities in order for them to put in the commercial.
Thank you.
Just, Mayor, another clarification on that point. So if they wanted to take 10 acres of commercial, they could still build up and do high-rise above that, correct? If not, because it's still 10 acres, but going towards the sky.
Correct, Mayor, Councilman. They could do commercial on the bottom and then residential up top, but it is limited to 3 stories. They could not go any taller than 3 stories in this area.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Bills.
so currently, looking at information in our packet, Lone Star and Midway is a good choice for that center area from my perspective. And it makes a whole lot of sense to try to encourage commercial into that area and residential higher units spread out from that. And then once we move further, then we're touching existing subdivisions or to the west and south, then we're lowering our density because then we're coming against some of the county. That's how I'm understanding what your map
Mayor,
is showing.
Councilman, that is correct. We really made an effort here to transition away from that city core, that higher density, out to those lower densities the closer you get to existing development and the closer you get to the lake and the refuge. So what the county development that you see off of like Indiana, what we're proposing there is really in line with that.
Mayor?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Question regarding just the school district and our role in how the schools are going to be built and phased out. With consideration that they've already closed 4 schools, and growth and enrollments are very much a predictor of if those schools even get built, if a levy gets passed to build those schools, I have a tough time with saying we have to plan for this amount of growth because it helps the schools per se, and then the schools say, well, we can't build a school until the growth's there, and then it's this balancing act. To what extent have we had conversations with the district in regard to this map and how it affects their phase out? Are they planning the bond? Are they planning the levy? I know we can't speak to another entity's plan for that, but I think it's relevant in the discussion of, okay, if we're setting a plan based off of potentially schools going in, okay, maybe that's the conversation for the density increase that might need to sustain a school. But if a school's not going to be there or planned to be there, basing growth on around that, that's just, I'm having this back and forth, so I just wanted to hear your thoughts and potentially the school district's thoughts on it.
Yeah, certainly, Mayor, Councilman. It is a balancing act, certainly, of what comes first, the growth or the schools. If you ask the school, they'll say they're waiting for the growth. If you ask the developer, they're waiting for the school. It's common. I will say I can speak specifically to this school site. We did meet on a number of occasions with their staff, Courtney Stauffer with the school district. He has seen this map. He has looked at it. He is generally in support as much as he can provide a position of a support, just him personally. He appreciates that the city is planning for the future. In terms of Whether they're going to seek another bond, I'm not certain or not. If they are, I will say, when their last bond failed, part of that bond, if it had been approved, was this high school. So had that bond been approved, it was communicated to us that they would have pursued this school site relatively shortly after that bond being approved.
Just a follow-up question. I'm trying to view the perspective of now a taxpayer and also somebody that will be experiencing this. We didn't pass the school bond. We didn't pass the city's bond. I think just that's where I have at least hesitation with the level of density, as well as I think Councilman Bills had some good points on what's the buffer, what does it look like. Frankly, and I've expressed this before and doing so now, I think south of Orchard, west of Midway, north of Lake Lowell should be lower density. I'm not challenging necessarily at this point the commercial core, because not everybody should have to go to 12th Avenue to be able to go and grab groceries or just fill up in gas. So there's also that balance. But I don't want to see 12, 14, it's just balance. So my question is, since I need one in there, how do we plan for buffers? Can we use our streets as buffers and say, okay, maybe in our planning, we say, okay, south of Orchard, north of Lake Lowell, west of Midway, this is our consideration. Are we going based off of what's currently proposed and coming in towards us?
Mayor, Councilman.
Apologize,
Sorry,
that was all over.
I thought you were going to say something, right? So I looked at you. Okay. Really, again, I could think to the same answer kind of to Councilman Bills is, if you guys would like to propose something like that, some kind of buffer or transition, we would just need direction from you in order to do so. From a planning perspective, it makes a lot of sense to have the commercial at this core, and then against the schools, and then against the park as well, and then to go out from there. Again, we need that density to support that commercial. As staff, I really do feel like we did as good a job as we could to transition. You go from the 8 to 12 to the 5 to 8 to the 2.5 to 5 to the 1 to 2.5 and so forth. But again, as council, that if you would like to give us direction on how to better buffer those county subdivisions, as it sounds like you and Councilman Bills are suggesting, we're open to those suggestions and willing to take that feedback.
And I would just like to know, I think you did do, I think Midway's a good, for me, in my mind. We've already opened the can of worms for 5 to 8 dwelling units, anything east of Midway. It's being developed. We've approved projects, everything north of Orchard, that's coming in. South of Orchard, that's coming in. It's already developed at that portion. Now I'm talking the split between Midway over is just now where my mind goes.
Yeah, certainly.
So could I, I'm going to make a comment and kind of a question. One of the things that we look at when we are looking at density is putting density near public transportation. How far is it to get to a grocery store? And I know that you're looking at a commercial area, but I guess I question if it should be this far south, because we're looking for density to support commercial, but in reality, one of the things that's really, really important is to reduce traffic, right? So that's why you've got a commercial node there. However, one thing that we always consider is putting high density where there is no public transportation whatsoever, and there is not public transportation out here. We try to develop in a way that high density is where it's close proximity to public transportation. So is there a way to, in a master planned community, for example, that's something that can come in and you can approve it, and you can look and determine if there is a commercial node in it, because one of the things we've heard a lot from residents further south is that they would like a coffee shop. They would like some amenities there so that they don't have to drive so far, but I guess I'm concerned about the high density when it is not on a public transportation and probably won't be. So I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, it is a great question. I think it's hard to answer in that what comes first, the density and then the public transit. If there's no one
I don't
that.
think we'll ever have public transit out there, though.
Yeah.
I really don't see it happening. So,
Mayor Clayton,
yes.
excuse me, are you done?
I was waiting to see if Rodney had a comment, because I know
I'm happy
I'm.
to just comment on that.
Thank you.
I think you're right, like the densities, where we put the densities does matter, especially for public transportation. I would say I'm a little cautious when we talk about a coffee shop and a little office or something being the proposal in this area. If that's the proposal, and we just have a little coffee shop and a little store of some kind, then frankly, you're not diverting traffic away from 12th Avenue and Karcher. You're not. So how do you get the significant commercial development to divert traffic away from those areas? You have to have some density in order to attract those commercial businesses. So I would just caution us there that I understand the perspective, and it's a good one. We do need to think about transit, public transit, and how it relates to densities. But if the goal here is to not create more traffic concerns in this area, then we're trying to get bigger types of commercial than just a coffee shop. And in order to do that, you need some density.
I'm thinking, though, that they still have to go to work. So,
Yeah.
okay. Councilman?
Thank you. Brianna, even though we have this guideline for the Southwest Napa Pacific Area Plan, it's only a guideline. If a developer wants to come in and change that, we, the council, can do that, correct?
Mayor, Councilman, that is correct. You would treat it similarly to how you treat a comprehensive plan map amendment now. So if this, either as it stays or if this were to be adopted, someone could come in and apply for a comp plan map amendment, and that would come before you as a public hearing.
Okay, all right, thank you about that. Now, you talk about high density, and if y'all remember, Costco was about the only store out there north of town. Now look at it. It's high density. The same as the Walmart near Franklin, East Nampa. So do you know what kind of stores are you imagining going out to that area? Do you have any idea? Maybe you don't, but I'm thinking the worst. Another Walmart,
Yeah.
another gas station.
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman, I definitely think something like a gas station. I've seen a lot of like a smaller footprint grocery stores, like a grocery outlet. For example, there's one on 10 Mile that's a smaller footprint grocery store, but it serves a lot of people. I'm not an economic development expert, so I wouldn't venture to say, real specifically. But I think the type of things you're going to see out here are the things that people need close to them. You're going to have your dentist office, your doctor's office potentially. You're going to have the coffee shop and the gas station, some restaurants, maybe a fast food, something of that nature.
So the objective of the storefronts is to keep traffic in their area and not go out.
That is correct, Councilman.
That just makes no sense to me, but I guess it's okay. Here's what and Brandon, I'm sorry for that. I didn't mean to cause a reaction, but here's my focus on this. We are really struggling for our downtown in Nampa, and we want the stores to do a good job for us, and we want them to be sustainable. And lately, the bigger picture is that we're building these storefronts all over the city. That takes away from the downtown core. So I'm worried about that, and I don't know what the answer is.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, that's a valid concern. From a planning perspective, the types of services we're looking to see out here are services that you need near your house on an everyday basis, and really the downtown should be a destination where you go out to dinner and have the Christmas tree lighting and those types of things. I think that both can be successful. I think they both draw different types of businesses and different demographics of people. I really think the downtown is meant for, that destination and activities, rather than this area is really meant for you to go pick up dog food or go get a gallon of milk so you don't have to drive 15 minutes when you forgot it.
Yeah,
that
right.
kind of thing. So,
Okay, thank you.
of course.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Excuse me. I just want to chime in here. Just quickly, I know that planning a city is difficult. It's complex. This person before you on Employee Appreciation Day, I just want to point out that she has a master's degree in public administration with classes to help her understand how best to plan for a city. I have a master's degree in public administration as well, and I'm a certified planner. I understand it's complex to understand this. There are a lot of studies done throughout the United States and throughout the world to show that the planning principles that we are talking about are accurate, and that there is a purpose behind the principles we are proposing. If you do not want to do that, that is your decision. But I just want to say that I fully support my staff, who is capable and is thoroughly thinking through these concepts. And she has done an amazing job. I just want to say that.
Rodney, thank you. And I do mirror that, because we've got amazing staff, and they've put a lot of work into this, even me questioning the density as it relates to public transportation, but I need to. And I do appreciate it. These are difficult decisions because this is a long-range plan. It's a long-range plan. Some of the North Nampa development, I know that property was sold, some of it 20 years ago. The farmers sold the ground 20 years ago, developers bought it, they're just sitting on it waiting to develop it. Some of it was 10 years ago, but it's been a long time ago. They're very long-range plans. You do have to have a plan, otherwise it's just a hodgepodge of whatever if you don't have a plan. And so I recognize that and appreciate that. It's very difficult to go from today to tomorrow sometimes, because we think it's just tomorrow, that it isn't 20 years from now. Right, that it's a long-range plan versus short-range. So I do appreciate your comments, and I know it's frustrating to sit here and listen, but it is it's part of the process. So thank
certainly.
you. Councilman Griffin.
Just a few additional questions, and I'm genuinely asking to have understanding. Is it possible, so this is a two-parter, so I need to remember my other half. Is it possible to sustain commercial with lower density west of Midway? Is it possible to maintain? And that's a genuine question, because for me, I'm thinking, and I've mentioned this before, we need areas for, and I say it because we always talk about low income and middle class, but affluent individuals as well. We need those in our community to help sustain our nonprofits, our community organizations, and just frankly, they are a tax base as well. Is it possible to have low to very low density west of Midway while maintaining this commercial, and then east of Midway having the higher density, which is already there? And I bring that up because it is. In this, it says, oh, we're planning for this, it's coming in. I don't look at this as long-term planning. It's right here. We're getting these this year. This plan, after this is approved, we're going to get applications for it. So I think it's at our doorstep. So just thinking, very loaded question, is it possible to have low density to the west, high density to the east, and still maintain potentially commercial, or are those not congruent at all?
Mayor, Councilman, can I ask a follow-up question?
Please.
When you say low density, what are you thinking? What's low density to you?
Half acre to an acre per
Half acre to an acre.
acre.
Um,
Low.
Very low.
Okay, what's low?
Very low.
So very low. Is that sustainable? Very low, because that's what, when we looked at the aerial map, that's what's already built there. That's what we have being developed there.
Certainly.
Is half acre, maybe quarter acre, when we look at the aerial map. So we still have some say without having a hodgepodge.
Yeah, certainly.
East of Midway, we do not have that say. I can't say, let's just do acres east of Midway, because we can't. There's 5 to 8 dwelling units per acre there now, and we just approve them. We've approved multiple.
Could I share one thing, and maybe Bree, you can speak to it?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor.
Acre subdivisions absolutely do not move us forward as a city. We just did our plan that you just presented to us. Right, it doesn't pay for itself at all.
Correct.
And it uses up more ag ground. Within city boundaries, smart development is really density in the city and preserve your ag ground out. And so we would want to be careful. Too many acre, I know people like I want an acre thing, but I tell you what, if you want to eat up our ag ground, you put a whole bunch of acre subdivisions out there, everybody loves it, and we have no crops because it's all acre subs. And so it's a decision we're going to have to make as a community, but density, and it also doesn't fund ourselves.
And I go back to, I think it's balance. And we have to be willing to say no at some point. South of Lakeshore Drive, we're not developing, period. If we want to have some acre properties, it might take up some ag land, and then we say we're not going to continue taking ag land. That's what this plan, in my opinion, is what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
So if we're doing half acre or quarter acre, or maybe we keep the plan as it is, it's just saying this is what we're doing, this is what we're not. South of Lakeshore, we are not touching that. And it's just making that position. If we want to have areas that are fluent or not. So going back to it, is it possible to have low or very low on the west portion, and then on the east portion have the density that's proposed?
Mayor, Council, sorry.
Councilman Bills would like to provide a comment if you don't mind.
No, by all means.
To that.
So, having been connected for a period of time with major retailer, the retail establishments, they do population studies, and they effectively, the slang is they count rooftops. So I think it's a benefit if at Lone Star and Midway, there was multiple commercial, and we're not talking just a neighborhood commercial where there's a few a few little stores. We're talking a Fred Meyer and Albertsons. Won't be a Walmart because there's not enough population to set a Walmart at that location. But there may be for one of the smaller grocery stores and for a smaller drugstore and some of those services happening in that area. So you can't go on one half and say we're going to have density and we're going to go to half-acre lots next door or to the west. It won't support the retail. Don't plan on having retail there. So if part of this plan has 5 to 8 around the retail, so you have to have that to make that work. At issue is back to earlier discussion and comment was the transition piece from those existing county residents. What kind of transition is set in place in this plan for that? It makes no sense to me that in the plan we've got 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre on a great deal of ground on the west side, because that doesn't work for the city. There's no reason for the city to do that, candidly. It doesn't work for sewer. It doesn't pencil to provide sewer to that density, and from my perspective. So why either we got to say there's going to be the density over a period of time, or we basically clip our boundary and stop at what provides density, because otherwise there's no benefit. It's too costly to put in those improvements at that density. And so from a city saying we're going to provide, and we want those, dwelling units, not at that density, up that acreage of land at that low land in terms of elevations. So it makes a whole lot of sense around Lone Star and Midway, and then to make sure that we got proper buffer zones in, then those who are living there can anticipate some of that transitional type work. But then it's a known quantity. But if you don't have the rooftops, you're not going to have the commercial node. If you don't have some higher density housing, condominiums or apartments or fourplexes, whatever, then there's not going to be the retail. There will be the small retail. There'll be the gas station, so you could count on a Roosevelt and Midland type center going there. But you're not going to get a larger retail, which I think it would be beneficial to the Southwest over time, is to have that retail instead of having to go 3 miles, 4 miles north through the traffic and to get to that retail establishment.
Could, in response to your thought on that western edge, why not, if we want to, I'm curious, what subdivisions are in that today? West of Lake, in that section that's going to the west?
West of Lake, you have those 2 county subdivisions, well, 3 there.
What are the size of those?
Those
Which
are
is
all 1 acre
unfortunate, because it
properties.
should stay ag. I mean, my thought is you could designate that as ag and just say it's going to be ag ground. That is closest to Lake Lowell, just designate it and reserve it as ag ground. Unfortunately, it's not ag ground. The county has already plopped things in there, and that's the challenge with what we have is,
Because it appears by the aerial that there's some type of development that went on in that little small square.
Yeah, that was, Mayor, Council, that was a reclaimed mining pit, the little square to the south.
Reclaimed?
A little reclamation project. It was an old mine.
Okay.
There's like 1 acre parcels in there, and there's like a little pond in the bottom. It's
So
like
it's
a
basically,
private drive.
so it's been developed under the county.
Correct.
yes.
Yeah, there'd be no reason for us to keep it, well, from my perspective, but I just think we have to provide the buffer to the existing, but we have to have the density to support if we're going to provide any type of commercial and services to the residential that's already been built and the residential that would be forthcoming.
Mayor, Council, it sounds like, from what I'm hearing from you, the buffering is of concern. And I think where we have the most opportunity to do that, I believe the middle larger circle here is one of those that's designated as the 5 to 8. It probably maybe feels appropriate because you have the 2 county subdivisions to maybe go to that 2.5 to 5 there. That's definitely a possibility. Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Haverfield.
Thank you, Mayor. Just been holding my thoughts. Appreciate your presentation. My concern, or a couple of concerns, is just connectivity to the interstate for folks that are trying to get, unfortunately, we have a lot of people that work either east or west of us instead of in town, so the focus has always been live, work, play opportunities for people to live in Nampa and work in Nampa. But still, even with that, the access is strained on road systems that are not quite wide enough, utilities that are aging. So as I look at this concept, and again, I don't want to step on toes, but the mayor said it, so I'll just use her words, that that commercial node is a little bit too far south for me. I think it needs to be moved closer to Karcher. I've seen smaller developments like on just there at Lake Lowell and Middleton. That thing struggled for a long time before we ever got any. It's commercial. They had to be developed commercial. It took quite a while for it to develop. The same thing at Roosevelt and Midland. There's the C-store there, but there's that little strip center. It took a while for it to finally get tenants that could survive. So the idea that we would designate a commercial node and then try to create the density around it to make it work, I am more of a holistic view guy. When you look at rural-urban transition zones like what we're talking about here, I think it's important that we look at the holistic view of the city. I think someone's mentioned the downtown development, and as we're taking our focus away from the downtown, it's missed opportunities. Just did a little math. 200 dwelling units at 8 units per acre is about 25 acres it would utilize. 200 acres at 2 units per acre is 100 acres. So that's a bigger even land tract. But as we look at vertical communities more into the urban core, 200 units at 16 units per acre, which would be the 2 and 3 story, would only take about 12.5 acres. So it's a lot less land. It's already within maybe an area that is enclave that could be taken into the city limits. If our focus is on development of properties within the city core area or within our current city limits, and that would be utilizing already utilities that are in place, fire and police that are already servicing those areas. So I'm not sure that I feel comfortable at all with this approach. I like the preservation of low-density housing out and around the reservoir. That's just one of the precious things that we have in Nampa, that once we give it away, it's not going to come back. So I would be very sensitive to increasing the density out in, within a mile or so of the reservoir itself, personally. But if we can focus on Midway East as far as for the density, and maybe look more towards Karcher Road for the commercial, to be successful, and that there is property on Karcher right there that could be developed for commercial purposes, larger boxes, even though they're not being built these days, but mixed-use developments there as far as commercial. I think it makes more sense to me there north of Nampa Christian and then further into the east. So that's my thoughts.
Mayor, Council, would you mind going back, Rodney, to the, you know which slide? The issue with being able to locate commercial farther north is that there is no land, unfortunately. So that area that's county subdivisions right there. And then you go up one more parcel, and Nampa Christian owns that parcel. And then you go up one more, and we're up to Karcher already. So really, when we were planning this, I don't disagree with you in that it logically does make sense to put commercial closer to Karcher for freeway access and those things. There just isn't the space for it.
I know that Sunnyvale, north of Sunnyvale, there is commercial properties that are waiting for development. And to the west of that, and then on the opposite side, again, it's just being able to access those off of a secondary road instead of having to access off of Karcher is going to be the issue. But I think there is potential for commercial development that makes more sense from the viability standpoint of a commercial developer, more along that spine, that they're going to be able to go east-west, have the visibility, and it's not that far removed from what we're talking about here, a mile or two, to be able to get to that point. I know that we live in this portion of town, and getting to Walmart there is where we prefer to go. It's just a nice little jaunt over there, and so anyway, it's not that far removed.
Mayor, Council, can I ask a follow-up question? Are you saying north of this plan area or within the plan area, further of what's even in the boundary?
When I looked at the dotted area on slide number 486 in our packet, it defined those uses per acre, dwelling units per acre. So again, as I mentioned, I would rather look at a larger view of this that maybe looks a little bit further to the east of what's already developed or potential property that could be developed. And look at the viability of commercial development there instead of trying to stick something over in an area that it might not survive. There might not be anybody have an interest in it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor?
Yes?
We had mentioned when we were in still the public hearing, Mark Bottles was going to make some comments. He isn't here, he didn't testify. Can you talk about moving vertical housing? Was his opinion or his perspective that it has to be single level commercial for the sake of financing, or first level commercial and anything above that isn't viable? You alluded to it. I was sitting on my hands waiting to hear about it and never did, so.
Yeah, Mayor, Council, I can definitely speak to that. So specifically in that CMU area, the purple area, he recommended that we allow for, not that you couldn't have commercial on the first floor and residential above, but we also allow for separated commercial buildings with the residential behind for the purpose of financing. So you could finance the commercial business and you could finance the residential separately. He explained to us that he, in his experience, has had difficulty financing multi-use, the commercial on the first floor and residential above. Because from a lending perspective, is it residential or is it commercial? Well, they're going to look at it as commercial, even though more than half of it's residential, and that tends to be more difficult.
In this CMU area, how many acres total is it that we're proposing there?
Mayor, Council, that's a great question. I don't have that number off the top of my head. We'd have to look it up.
In the CMU, the 8 to 12. And the only reason I bring that up, once again, is if we do move that route where that's an option, are we going to, how much land do we have to be able to use as commercial? Are we only going to be able to put one Walmart and then we're capped because the rest has to go to high-density housing? Are we?
I do know it's a 1/4 of a mile both directions on the wider piece. Really 1/4 mile all directions.
160 acres.
Thanks.
Yeah, that would be right, instead of a 360. So just I want to make a point of clarification. You said a Walmart, and I think I heard someone distinctly say a Walmart, I think, David, it was you, will probably not go there. That's not what they're looking for. I just want to make sure that we don't.
Albertsons or Fred Meyer's.
A small grocer, yeah, it would be the comment. Okay.
Well, Mayor,
So-
that's why Walmart did a neighborhood store at
Yes.
Lake Lowell and Roosevelt, because there's not the density to the west. And what we're proposing here is not going to create enough density to be other than a neighborhood-type retail with ancillary retail servicing the community.
Okay, with that, we are about an hour and 20 minutes into our discussion. So I think we need to make a decision on what we would like to do tonight. Do we want to make a decision? What are we going to do tonight? Oh, I guess, I'm sorry. Thank you, I just caught that. We have to close public hearing. So, council, I think at this point, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing, which is just this portion.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now with that, this is an opportunity for council to say, give their opinion on where they think we need to go. We've had a lot of questions, a lot of discussion. What is the will of council?
Mayor, I guess no, go ahead.
Thank you. Really quickly, I'm going to play devil's advocate just a little bit on this. I just want to get my thoughts out. So I always speak to diversity of housing. That's not anything new to anybody on this council, but one thing that we don't have, we're kind of just like one giant suburb. A lot of what we don't have is very low density, and we don't have skyrise buildings either. So I personally, this is such a unique area of town. We have something very special here, and I just feel like we need to think about the planning really strategically around this. I would rather sacrifice the land here and even just do where all of it is low density, do very low density, and then make up for it in our downtown corridor and do 9 stories or something. Maybe not 9, but make up for it, elsewhere, so that we can really protect and make that a really special place. And to that as well, I mean, we have so many needs in our community. We know that the median household income in Nampa is $3,000 less than Idaho, the average in Idaho. So if we can create a place where we can bring in some diversity, we can have different programs and things running on their own with bringing in a different population.
I'm not sure what that noise is. Could we turn that off, whatever it is? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Whatever it is, thank you for having it off. Okay, so with that, we'll go back. Natalie, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's basically all I was thinking of. If we can bring in just a little bit more diversity, that's going to help our programs run, that we need to bring, you know, other people in to help contribute to our community. And I think that that's a special thing, but this area is very unique to Nampa, and I would prefer it, honestly, that area to be very low density, and we can make up for it.
Okay.
Mayor.
And Councilman, oops, sorry guys, can't do that. Okay, Councilman Rodriguez and then Councilman Bills.
Thank you. I put together a short comments that I have heard, that I've studied this report several times. So I wrote them down so I wouldn't forget them. So here we go. The Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan aims to increase the population by 15,933 to 29,918 with business and residential. However, it lacks multiple development options for strategic placement of growth for West Nampa. Instead, it sets a guideline based on standard development with mixed uses that accommodate increased population. I propose designating West Nampa land uses to explore a broader scope that accommodates agricultural, the refuge, and the established home and land owners. Determining density variances is important for West Nampa because density zones direct growth, traffic, and infrastructure development. West Nampa faces traffic congestion due to dead ends to Indiana and south to Lake Low, Greenhurst, Iowa, and Middleton. The only passage west is Orchard, but most of the traffic will travel north to Highway 55 or east into Nampa. It's a U-shaped land. Commuters to Boise and Meridian, which I wish you wouldn't do that, encounter congestion to Highway 55. And if you want to go through Highway 55, you go to Caldwell Boulevard. But guess where you end up? Karcher Overpass and Caldwell Boulevard. To address the significant traffic volume and congestion, the objective will be to widen Indiana Lake, Midway, Middleton, and Midland Boulevard, along with installing roundabouts and traffic lights. That doesn't clear up the congestion. Now, one thing that we haven't mentioned here is, according to this report, is public safety. With an increase of population, public safety is a priority, and the police department needs additional funding as the city's population increases. Presently, there are 222 staff members in the Nampa Police Department, 153 sworn officers. Those are the officers they're the police officers, not the staff, the support staff. There are 7 property crimes detectives and 10 persons crimes detectives with 7 traffic officers and 7 special investigation unit officers. Now, for the news that I really don't want to say is that there are 70 patrol officers serving 130,000 people. The city requires 12 more officers to meet growing demands, and we can't fund them. Today, council received an email from Mr. Mike Collins. I think you're here, Mike, right? And he described this, which I wanted to state, as we have many emails from you and from the community.
Okay, hang on just
Councilman
one second.
Rodriguez,
Go
just because the public hearing was closed for public testimony, when was that email received? Was it before or after?
I got it today.
Just today?
Mm-hmm.
That can't be a basis for this because the public hearing testimony was closed.
Oh, I see, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna say this.
You cannot disclose because
Okay.
no one else has the opportunity to share tonight.
Okay.
And so as far as I'm going to say the letter of the law,
Yeah.
you understand
I
that?
understand the letter of the law.
Thank
I'm a
you.
retired police officer.
Thank you, I knew you would.
So I will close with this, Mayor and Attorney, is that we need to have established growth equal the population to our city of Napa and be careful with it. Slow it down, be responsible. Thank you. That's all I have to say. So therefore, I'm not going to approve this plan. I wanted to go back and figure out something else.
Okay,
Thank you, Mayor.
thank you. Okay, we're not supposed to clap, so help me out here because I know we're not supposed to, so let's not clap. So,
Can I ask staff a question?
yes, you may. And then Councilman Griffin, you're next.
So, Brianne, it's in our packet at page 485, but it's the drawing that is on the left, and that's the existing comprehensive plan for this area,
Mayor, council, that is correct. That is currently what's in place.
okay? And so in the lavender purple area, which consumes quite a bit of that ground, what is the density of that?
That density is 2.5 to 8 dwelling units per acre. And that
2.5 to
entire
8 dwelling
purple
units
area.
per acre.
Correct.
So our current plan is saying that that whole area there can have 2.5 to 8 dwelling units by anybody who comes in with a plat, is able to get annexed and services to their land for that whole area. That's how I'm understanding it.
That is correct.
Okay, so in terms of the comments that the proposed plan is worse, the reality is, it seems through all the 2 years of work, we're reducing the density by this new plan, potentially, on some of the western properties. So I'm okay leaving it as is. Because leaving it as is, we can just continue to have plats come in and approve, and nothing changes per se. And folks, if it seems they're fine with driving 4 or 5 miles to get to the grocery store, then it seems then we're hitting the public sentiment with the existing, even though staff has put in 2 years of a lot of work, a lot of public testimony. Tell me, staff, if I'm hearing incorrectly, but that's what I'm hearing based on our public hearing and so forth. It doesn't make sense to me, but I'm looking at the status quo.
Yeah, Mayor, council, you're correct. If you were contiguous, you could come in and apply for annexation in this area and come in anywhere in that 2.5 to 8. Even in that western portion where we've lowered it, as you stated, they would have to provide some commercial, but it would be small commercial pads that would likely not yield the services that is necessary out here.
Could I ask a question? What is, on the yellow portion, on the left, what is the density there?
Mayor, the bright yellow, correct?
No.
Just the...
The other one?
The other one, it's the 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre.
Okay,
Still.
so the yellow is the same.
Yellow is the same, correct?
There's no change, but some of this peachy area is actually a lower density than currently our map has. So by not approving this, we're actually going back to our existing density, which some of that density is actually a higher density than you're proposing.
That is correct.
I'm restating what you just shared, but just restating it, yeah.
Yeah, well,
That is
I'm just trying, just because of the comments, I'm trying to have clarity, and for those who are sitting here and those who are looking at online, that they understand why for the last 2 years has been to try to fine tune, at least I've assumed, and sitting in the meetings, fine tune what the plan is to the southwest. If we follow the existing southwest plan and do as we are, then there's nothing that says when the subdivision comes in with 3.5, 4 units per acre next to the 1 acre subdivision, that's perfectly fine because that's what our plan currently allows, right? And therefore, planning and zoning is only following the current plan, and planning and zoning is only recommending to council to go with the plat that just came, that would come in before us, like what's been happening up in the Orchard area, north and south of Orchard, that we've had the last 3 to 6 months. So I just think it's important that it's on the record and we understand what the two plans are doing. And the new one is actually trying to help the situation, or we just stay with what we've always had so we get what we've always gotten. Okay.
Okay, Councilman Griffin, were you next? And then Councilman Reynolds, would you like to speak?
I have a comment.
You have a comment also? Okay.
We'll let him go first.
Okay.
I just want to say that comp plan has been in place for years. All this new plan does is put specifics to it to fine tune it and to help it flow. That's all it's really doing that I can see, which is quite a bit better with the time and effort versus the rough draft version that we currently have in place.
Thank you. Councilman Griffin?
So going back, because Councilman Bills have flagged 485, so I'm trying to balance in between, and it looks the exact same to me. The only difference is the commercial added the 8 to 12 dwelling units. Is that the only change? Because even here it says 2.5 to 5, or 2.5 to 5, and 5 to 8. It's still having that range between 5 and 8 dwelling units on the new and on the previous. So where are the significant changes? And a follow-up question to that is, would this supersede our current comprehensive plan if we give direction to change this future land use map in the Southwest District? Does it supersede the comprehensive, or is it just a tool to use with? To Councilman Bill's point, if we even approve or deny this tonight, do we still get another application in 2 weeks that says, oh, I want 5 to 8 because that's the comprehensive plan? No, we changed the future land use plan 2 weeks ago, now it's this.
Mayor, Council, this would change the future land use map.
The comprehensive plan as well?
Yes, this would amend the comprehensive plan map and the text and adopt specific language in the Southwest Nampa specific area plan that talks about that buffering that we would like and those types of things. On the slide here are the specific changes to the future land use map. It's that residential mixed use, so that purple to all of the orange, so the 2.5 to 8 to anywhere from the 2.5 to 5 or the 5 to 8. As Councilman Bills was pointing out, lower in those areas to the west. And then an extension of some medium density and an extension of low density to really create that smooth transition.
Mayor, tonight, are you looking for a motion, or are we trying to give direction to staff?
It's the will of the council. If you guys, tonight, typically we are looking for a motion, but we don't have to. If you want to give staff direction, then that is the decision of council. So where would council like to go this evening?
One of the considerations, and I won't be currently making the motion, I just would like to see lower density to the east or west, as I've stated multiple times, and I've heard a couple other council members going that direction as well. I think this does give specificity to areas east of Midway, and I think that's important because the growth is there, the growth is coming. However, west of it, the growth is not there yet, and it's on the way, so I do kind of want to get something on the books, and maybe we take conditional or comp map plan amendments as they come, if somebody feels strongly that there needs to be higher density. But I'd like to see the preservation of that land a little more west of Midway. The reason I bring it up and more leaning to emotion tonight is because I don't want an application in 2 weeks saying that we're going 5 to 8 along west of Midway. So if this is a superseding document, I think that's important for us to take what we have now, amend while we can, and potentially get a shield for what's to come.
Mayor, council, we came prepared with a compromise that speaks to this slightly lower density to the west. So we would propose, if you're suggesting that this area elongated here, that's currently 2.5 to 5, to reduce that to the 1 to 2.5 to 5, and then the 5 to 8 that you see circled here, reduce that to the 2.5 to 5, to create a little bit more of a buffer to those existing county subdivisions. And
so just visually, can you explain to me what happens to the south of the 5 to 8, or is that just the whole region there will now be 2.5 to 5?
That is correct.
Not necessarily just in the circle, but within that area.
Within that area, yes. I was just circling the designations, so just that region for more of a buffer on both of these, and then reducing this to basically just be the low-density residential, the 1 to 2.5.
Thank you. Councilman Bills.
Question for engineering. Can you expound, Daniel, on once you drop below 2.5 to 5, does it even work for sewer in that area below? I mean, the 1 to 2.5 doesn't seem to make sense to me that the city would want that from can't service it with water and sewer economically.
So, it's Daniel Badger, City Engineer, Mayor, Councilman Bills. From the utilities perspective, we would see the 1 acre lots are typically not, as you've said, economically feasible. They have enough frontage that the cost to install the utilities on that frontage does not pencil for a development to put in water, sewer, and the pressurized irrigation. And so those types of developments, unless they are localized and smaller, surrounded by larger or denser areas, would typically not see city utilities extended through them. Just from a cost perspective for the development, it doesn't make sense. From a maintenance standpoint, from the utility side as the city, you're maintaining the same amount of lines. Our minimum line size is still an 8-inch. We're still maintaining those long distances with much lower flows and much less revenue coming from those areas. So the burden to maintain those lines would be shifted more throughout the city to the rest of the ratepayers to help maintain that. And so it doesn't make a lot of sense to have those utilities within that low of a density area.
Mayor?
No, just let's finish. I'm going to follow up. Do you have a follow-up question, or are you good with that?
I'll just hold it at the moment.
You'll hold it at the moment?
So,
Okay.
and genuine, authentic question, why is it being proposed at all? Because west of Lake, we have it right now in this new map that we have before us, it's proposing 1 to 2.5. Why do we even have that there?
So not, Mayor, Councilman Griffin, the utilities aren't the only consideration that we have. We look at with planning on a whole of the diversity of housing that we want to see throughout the city. And so they've recognized, and engineering recognizes, that there is a need for some of that type of development in the city. And so we've identified that that's a location where it makes sense for that. It's on the tail end of the lines, so we're not having to drag utilities through that area to get to a higher density area. That's some of the challenges we see on the south of the city now with the significant amount of county development that has happened over the years, as well as on the east side, east of Happy Valley, on the northern end of that, you have a lot of 1 to 5 acre lots that will be very difficult for the city to ever get our utilities through there to serve on the other side of that. And so we've looked at that and with planning said, okay, having that on the very outskirts where, you know, it may make sense to bring water, but maybe they do septic systems, just from a cost perspective and that's why it's there. We recognize there's a need and providing an area for it. But as we add and make more and more of that concentrated in that area, it makes it less and less likely that we'll be able to extend our utilities through there in an economic manner.
Daniel, wouldn't it be at the developer's cost to actually bring the utilities in?
It is, but it still has to pencil for the developer to do it.
Correct.
And so the likelihood, the more that we put there, the less likely we will to get our utilities through there.
And Mayor, just a clarification on development. And I'm honestly coming here authentically. I have no agenda. I'm working through this as we're speaking. In the sense of impact area jumping, if we designate, and frankly, west of Lake, I would like to see the very low density, 1 acre or greater, west of Lake in that little rectangle portion. If we designate it as that, can the county come in and say, nah, we don't really like that anyway. We're going to go back to the 1/4 acre lots, or Caldwell's going to jump in somewhere and say, we're going to go 1/4 acre lots. How is this document governing to, maybe nobody wants to develop in Nampa because it's too cost economically to pull the utilities there. Can Caldwell or Canyon County come in and say, we don't give a rip about this plan, we're going to do our own?
Mayor and Councilman Griffin, the state statutes allow any piece of contiguous ground to be annexed by any entity. Our impact areas are not sacred. Other states and other areas of the country, impact area and growth boundaries have more stringent rules associated with them. Idaho does not have that. So the city of Nampa and the city of Caldwell, when we negotiated these boundaries, we have had a very good relationship with them about not crossing those boundaries, though there is nothing in code that prohibits it.
And I would like to say that if a landowner that's in this area that we are designating as low density wants higher density, all the landowner has to do is say, I want to annex into Caldwell, I want higher density.
If they're contiguous.
If they're contiguous, that's absolutely right there. They could actually do it, and we can't stop them because the landowner can do that. We don't want to see that happen, but that can happen.
Could you laser pointer what is contiguous on Caldwell right now at this map? Just so we all can have a visual.
Oh, you got it? Okay.
Mayor, Council, it's this portion right here. This gray area is in the city of Caldwell.
So if Caldwell builds any south of that portion, they can continue building south contiguously all the way through to Lake Lowell and cut us at the knee.
Correct. They're already contiguous to our area of impact right here. So in theory, someone could apply for annexation into city of Caldwell inside of our area of impact.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So basically, this is a guideline that holds no water, basically, right? Because they could build whatever they wanted to build, even though we're guiding our direction, right?
Mayor?
Yeah.
I will say that we have worked really, really closely with our county and the commissioners have been on board as you have met with them in council and commissioner workshops. They are supportive of the approach we're taking here. They have indicated that they would, with impact areas designated, they want the development, the density, as the mayor stated earlier, to go within the impact area so that they can preserve ag land elsewhere. When we identify an impact area for the city of Nampa, it's an area that we plan to grow into. So if this is it's so hard for people to understand that this is an area that will eventually be city, and that's what an impact area is. Now, we're planners, and so we think long-term, right? We're thinking really long-term. It is really hard for people who live out there to say, this is going to be city around me, but eventually it will. And so we're trying to get ahead of that and plan for that well in advance of that coming. And I know that that's hard, and it doesn't mean it's going to happen right away. It's not going to happen next week or next year or even within maybe a couple of years or even beyond that. But it's important that we plan for that growth within the impact area. So I would say that our impact area does have weight with the county. It also, we are working with our county development services and the commissioners to adopt a joint powers agreement, to amend our joint powers agreement to say that what we're planning for in this area should be all one plan, that the county agrees with that plan, the city agrees with that plan, and then it develops that way. And whether it's in the city or the county, if it's according to a plan that we're thinking well in advance of, great, that's fine. And that's what we're trying to do here. The impact area does have weight in that the county considers it heavily when they make their decisions.
And it also just real quickly, it also guides purchases of ground. Because developers, when they come in, they want to know what our future land use map is. And so that they don't buy something and develop it and spend hundreds of thousands of dollars and then have it denied because it doesn't fit our plan.
Well, you know, I'm just solely going to go off of the report. I'm not ready to make a motion, so are we okay?
Can we hold for a sec?
Sure.
Finish
Okay.
our discussion?
Okay, so Councilman Bills, then Councilwoman Jangula.
So, Brianne, if you could give, or Rodney, if a reminder of the purple area on the current comp plan. So it has residential mixed use residential mixed use. What's allowed under residential mixed use? If an application came in, could somebody come in with 6 units per acre?
Mayor, Council, that is correct. That the purple is anywhere from 2.5 to 8, so anything in that range would meet the comprehensive plan.
Okay, Councilwoman Jangula has helped me out. The 2.5 to 8 units, it also would allow for somebody to ask for zoning for RS, RP, business neighborhood, business commercial, IP, IL, and HC.
That is correct.
And that could be basically adjacent to an existing county subdivision.
Mayor, Council, that is correct. Also in the residential mixed use, they would have to come in with anywhere from 5 to 50% of commercial, which would be some of those other zones that Councilman Jangula noted, that BC or BN.
So under our current, there's actually the opportunity, as the market wants to do a great deal more of development than what this Southwest Area Plan is doing, if I'm seeing the comparison correctly.
Mayor, Council, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Jangula?
Yeah, point of clarity, Bree, that little spur that's just north of Lone Star there, that's in that bright yellow section, is that county that developed that, or is that Caldwell? It's just like a little
Is it where the arrow is?
subdivision.
No.
This area? Where, sorry?
These houses.
We can't see those.
You
They're
said-
on her screen. There's a subdivision just to the north of that area that goes west.
Oh.
It's in our packet in a different location.
On page 485.
Is it this, Councilwoman?
Probably. Yeah, that looks right.
Yeah. It's, Mayor Council, that's Lone Star Ranch. It's a county subdivision in Caldwell's area of impact.
Okay, so that's Caldwell.
Correct.
Okay, so
Well,
then,
it's in the county, but it's Caldwell's area of impact.
Okay.
Caldwell's city limits are right here.
so I'm just thinking because for them to be able to move into ours, that would be congruent. So I was just wondering who has that and where that would move. So that's why I was just asking that. So on the new proposal that you just brought forward, yes. And this is far superior to the one that we have, so we're dialing it in, this is great. But on those little circles there that you have, you said, I can't remember, is that gonna be RS 8.5?
So that would be, so Mayor Council, that's a zoning district, so that we're just saying generally, because this is the comp plan designation, we would propose that these 5 to 8 be reduced to 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre. In the medium density, yes, they could come in and propose an RS 8.5, an RS 7, RS 6, any of those zoning districts at time of annexation.
Okay, and then the long skinny one, you said we could change that to, that would be low density?
Correct.
Low density, and then, so then we have the very low at the very bottom. So is it possible to do very low in that whole, the orange to be the same, but yeah, that little section, the
section
yellow,
here.
to make that also low density, or very low density, and then the other triangle, or sorry, rectangle on this side also be very low? Is that a possibility to protect that section?
Mayor, Council, you know, that's up to you guys if you would like to make a motion to suggest that. I will say, this area specifically here, this 1 to 2.5, that was very intentional to transition from this medium density. So you have medium density here, so to go from, say, an RS 8.5 to a 1 acre lot is not a very smooth transition. So we wanted to do the low density here to make it a much smoother transition from medium density, low density to very low density. We also spoke with the property owner that owns this. He owns 300 acres here, and he is interested in developing at some point. His name was Eric Little. He owns HML Farms, I believe it is. And he made this suggestion. The property owner requested that change specifically.
Okay,
Mayor?
thank you.
Yes.
I would actually be, and I make this comment in anticipation for what I assume Councilmember Rodriguez is going to say. I don't think that we should deny this plan tonight, because what we're left with, in my opinion, is too high density already.
Yeah.
I'm beating the same drum as Councilwoman Jangula, but I'm going to go even a little step farther. I think I appreciate the compromise, and I want to go just a little farther. I think anything that's currently designated on the map in front of us right now as 1 to 2.5 or low density be transitioned to very low density. Anything that's 2.5 to 5 go from medium to low density, the 1 to 2.5. The 5 to 8 dwelling units go to 2.5 to 5. So everything's shifting down one level in density. Additionally, south of Roosevelt, I think everything south of Roosevelt in this portion should be very low density. And the reason I bring this up is I tried purchasing a home right there, and it's 5 acres. Right next to it's 4 acres. Right next to that person is 4 acres. And then there's acreage around that. So that's already acreage property. The Mormon Church owns it. At some point, it's going to get sold and developed, I'm sure, if they don't put a stake center there. So I would like to see that as well. Anything south of Roosevelt, very low density. West of the circle, very low density. Circle, low density. 2 circles to 2.5 to 5 dwelling units.
I think that's what, Bree, you actually have there on your screen is that correct?
So Mayor, Council, he did, Councilman Griffin did mention a couple that we're suggesting, but I think he took, like he said, he was going to take it a little step further. Staff would just like to reiterate that that would not be our recommendation. What we're showing here is really what we would be comfortable with from a staff's recommendation standpoint for what is feasible and when it comes to preserving ag land.
Thank you. Okay, we need to make a decision or defer. I think we need to.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
We need to make a decision. So we're already trying to modify this proposal just to keep things in motion. Now, keep in mind that the motion is already going to continue. But as the report stands, that I'm going to make a motion to deny the adoption of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan with a proposed change to the community mixed-use land use description, the comprehensive plan map amendment that includes the boundaries and land uses of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan, and the comprehensive plan text amendment to include the definition of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan in Chapter 15.1.1 of the Nampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan for the City of Nampa, CMA 00061-2024, CTA-00016-2024, because of the timing, compatibility, public safety, options of development, preservation of ag land and refuge, land uses, and non-compatibility of density.
Mayor,
Okay,
I'd like to make a substitute motion.
okay, so there was not a second to that
That's
motion. So the motion fails, okay?
And I'd like to comment, the reason I didn't second that is because I think if we leave the map how it is now, the density's the same. It's the exact same. Higher density can go in there currently with how our map is. So I'll make a substitute motion. I move to approve the adoption of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan with the proposed change to the community mixed-use land use description, the comprehensive plan map amendment that includes the boundaries and land uses of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan and the comprehensive plan text amendment to include the definition of the Southwest Nampa Specific Area Plan in Chapter 15.1.1 of the Nampa 2040 Comprehensive Plan for the City of Nampa, CMA-0006, 2024, CTA 0000016-2024, and adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report with the following amendments. I would like the currently low density to be changed to very low density, the 1 acre or greater, the green for color's sake. I'd like the medium density to go to the low density. In the circles, you had it currently 2.5 to 5. I'd like to see that 1 to 2.5. The 5.8 going from 5 to 8 to 2.5 to 5. I would like the portion south of Roosevelt to also be very low density. South of Roosevelt, east of Midway. And frankly, this isn't popular, but I like that we're thinking about the commercial there because we look at the Walmart on Middleton and Roosevelt. That was much needed. It has gas station. It has the ability to go and shop groceries. So I think we also need commercial to alleviate going all the way over to the 12th or north of Karcher. That's my motion.
Mayor,
Okay, I
I think
don't
we need
see-
a little clarification. Oh, sorry, no
I'm sorry,
second.
we do not have a second to that motion.
I'll
So
second the
is
mo-
there,
Mayor, I'll second the motion, just so we can bring back up on the screen slide 486. You had a broad swath of changes being made that I'm not sure you intended. So, Mayor, is it all right if I speak?
yes,
Okay. So the area to the west of that oval, the large oval, that's the area that you were talking about, changing the designation from low density to very low density.
Correct.
Okay, so the area that's within the oval, that's where you're talking about going from
Medium to low.
medium to low, but that goes all the way over
It does not.
to the east. Well,
So
on the other side of Midway,
leave
there's-
it alone.
okay,
Other side of Midway.
that's not what I heard you say, though. So I heard you change that designation, but there's other portions of property back up into here that would be affected by that motion as well.
Okay, so I'll amend and clarify my motion, and we'll take this from west to east. What is currently 1 to 2.5 on the map, I would like to see very low density, the
Are you
green.
talking, she's moving her, look out here where she's moving her cursor.
it needs to go
So it's west of Lake.
Yes, underneath the oval as well. The oval to 1 to 2.5. The two circles. Yeah, just those two areas west of Midway. West of Midway. I'm not talking about anything east of Midway yet. West of Midway, 2.5 to 5. So we can have that transition buffer. The kids can walk to school. In that bottom right portion, bottom right, farther right there, changing that from 2.5 to 5 to very low density as well. And I don't know if you support that, you can think about it. The reason I even bring that portion up is that's currently 5-acre parcels. And there's homes there, and then it's a whole lot of farm ground. So for the sense of a buffer between what is to the east of that dashed line is high density, and then to the west of it, it's very low density. They're 5-acre parcels. So having some kind of transition, maybe we just make that all very low density, and then everything remains.
Mayor, if I may interject here, we need to prepare a verbatim record, and so we have a lot of visuals going on and dragging. Can you please, to the best you can with staff's help, if we can define maybe some street boundaries in area?
Okay, let me
Do you want me to
redefine.
help, or
And staff might be better here to.
would you like me to?
She can state it, you can please.
Restate it?
Please.
Okay, because I think we have it, what you said. So again, starting like you said, from west to east. So all low-density residential, which is the yellow, the 1 to 2.5, would be changed to very low-density residential, which would be changed to the green. This oval area, which is currently 2.5 to 5, would be changed to low-density residential, which is the 1 to 2.5 dwelling units per acre.
Correct.
These areas here, the 5 to 8, north of the park and the school site and south of the elementary school site, would be changed to 2.5 to 5 dwelling units per acre.
Correct, down to Roosevelt.
Down to Roosevelt.
Yes.
And then this 2.5 to 5 right here, south of Roosevelt, east of Midway, would be very low-density residential, which is that green, that less than an acre.
Correct.
And that's my understanding of
Yes.
everything. And then everything east of Midway, aside from this portion south of the high school site, would remain.
Remains. And if another council member, and maybe this dies with the two of us, but if a council member would like to amend the commercial area, we can. I'm open to that. I think it's important to have commercial, and we've seen the benefit in other areas in Nampa, but
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've had an explanation. Is there discussion?
Comment, discussion? So the motion really is, in my mind, staff has put together a lot of work for this plan. This plan is reducing what the current density is allowed under the current plan. From my side, it makes no sense that the city of Nampa would even adopt the changes, because the reality of development and putting in water and sewer at those low densities, what we're really saying is that we want the county and the developers who develop via the county to do the development from Midway to the west. and we want a hodgepodge of acreage development, and that may be what the community is after. But I want to make sure that we understand this area, what we're saying with that motion is that's going to develop only in the county. It makes absolutely no sense that the city of Nampa would annex and the city of Nampa would run services into that low of a density. So effectively, we're saying we're going to stop developing, or the city is basically going to say we're not crossing Midway, or we may just slightly cross Midway and pick up some of the services. But beyond Midway Park, going to the west, northwest, southwest, and all the strip going out that we're seemingly hanging on to, we're basically saying that's going to stay ag in its actual use, and occasionally there's going to be some county developments that go through, but the city's going to have to sign off on it, being it has an impact area, and that may be corrected. But that's what I'm seeing out of the motion, and the results of 2 years of study and 2 years of what we're doing here is we're making some substantial changes, more than what I think we fully realize. So.
And could I say one thing with that? What I realize as you're talking, our future land use map that currently has a much higher density, that it was the plan that we had for the city of Nampa when we developed Midway Park. If we were going to go this direction, we never should have purchased Midway Park because we had no intent. We've got a park setting out in the middle of the county that really shouldn't be there. And so that's an interesting concept to listen to David, that years ago when we did the park, we actually were under the current plan. So this is a major, major shift from what the city put in place a number of years ago. And it's a little bit concerning to make that significant a shift from what the city had intended and actually had in place. And I know the people here don't really like that, but that was what the city had in place years ago. So the more I think about it, you've done a good job of trying to bring a compromise and some clarity to it, better than what it was, but I think David has some wisdom in the fact that it doesn't pencil.
Mayor?
It just doesn't work. Yes.
Can I ask Daniel Badger a question?
Yes.
Are you of, and I'm not, trust but verify is going to be the theme of this question. Would we deny an application from somebody wanting to annex in because the cost would be too great to develop in these areas at what I proposed in my motion? Because we mentioned that the developers incur the cost. Other residents of Nampa are going to have to support the pole and the water flows and everything else. And I'm understanding that. I'm just playing this balance of give and take. Maybe we have a little bit more on our flow rates, but maybe we have more significant donors in our community for our schools and our nonprofits and everything else. So going back to my original question, would we say no to an application to develop this land with the motion I proposed and leave it to the county?
Ultimately, that is not a staff decision. An annexation application would come before the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council to make a decision on whether it would come in. I will say that it is much less likely at those densities that a developer would look to bring in city water and sewer. It is much more likely that they would go to the county if those are the densities that our plans show, and request development through them because they could do well in septics and not incur those heavier costs to install the city utilities.
So David's points are true.
Mayor, may I just answer the Councilman Bill's question about what the county would do? The county has the authority to make the final decision about subdivisions out in our impact area. We make comment based on our our comprehensive plan. So staff passes on, the city council adopted the comprehensive plan, future land use map, and we say this is inconsistent or this is consistent with the comprehensive plan. But the city does not have to sign off necessarily on the developments out in the county. So you could get county-type development that covers this area.
Rodney, if I can clarify one thing, as the city engineer, I do sign the impact area plats, but that is just one of my, part of the JAPA agreement, not necessarily that we are approving them, but we are acknowledging them.
Mayor, move to the question.
Excuse me, we have a motion on the table. Does anyone need the motion repeated? No. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
I'm willing to make a compromise. I'm not sure this is the right one, because whatever we do is, a developer can do whatever he wants. Guidelines and directions is important. I'm going to say no.
Chingula.
No.
Bills.
No.
Reynolds.
No.
Hammerfield.
I seconded the motion, so yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
2 in favor, 4 opposed, motion fails.
Mayor, I have a counter.
Okay.
I make a motion to approve the Southwest Nampa specific area plan with the proposed change to the community mixed-use land use destination and comprehensive plan map amendment. That includes the boundaries and land uses in the Southwest Nampa specific area plan and the comprehensive plan text amendment to include the definition of the Southwest Nampa specific area plan in chapter 15.1.1 of the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan for the city of Nampa, CMA-00061-2024, CTA-00016-2024, and to adopt the proposed findings and approval as stated in the staff report with the change of the low density to the west of lake change to, the low density to the west of lake change to very low density.
You're not using what's in that, any of that?
No.
Okay,
Can you clarify?
yeah.
Can you clarify that?
Need to second the motion?
Yeah, restate your motion, the end of your motion, so we understand what the motion is.
So, she just, Mayor,
Second
Council.
the motion, just for the sake of clarity there.
Okay. The motion's been seconded.
The only change here is that rectangle west of lake is just changing over to
Green.
To green.
Another clarifying question, Mayor.
Okay.
Are you saying, we have two different maps. Are you including the compromise that
No.
The original map only with the change, not with the compromise?
to protect that land right there by Lake Lowell.
Okay.
Okay, so there is a motion and a second at this time. Is there any further discussion on that motion?
Question, Mayor. So are you saying that high density is still in effect?
Yes.
In the commercial,
Only
in that little section, only in the purple section.
I see.
Councilman Rodriguez, you should not be looking at this map because this includes the clarification of the compromise. Just look at the specific zonings that are currently there.
Let's go to 486.
Okay, it's this one,
Yes.
yes. And it's only that section that she's highlighting with her cursor that goes to the very low density.
Everything else remains.
Okay, so if there's no further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. Are you guys ready for that? Do you have clarity? Go ahead, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Hammerfield.
Well, that's right, you made the motion. Sorry. Yeah, I was seconded the motion, so it'll be yes.
Mayor.
Chingula.
Oh, yes.
So is that 3?
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Okay. Okay, that motion carried. That particular public hearing concluded. Lots of discussion. It's complex. Lots of discussion, it is complex.
Mayor?
Thank you guys for being here tonight. Yes.
Can I just make a comment? there is still a concern about northwest traffic on some of these arterials. So anything that comes before us, I think we still need to scrutinize and make sure that there is a plan of future access to the freeway at some point.
Traffic,
Yeah.
right? Yes. Thank you all. Okay, so the next public hearing is 8-2. I'm thinking, council, do we need a short break, or can we move into 8-2? Okay, so we're 8-2. Did we say break? I think there's a break, okay? Recess, 5 minutes. Okay, guys, we're missing one council member, maybe two, but we're going to go ahead and get started. I'll start reading. Okay, hello. I know, you guys can tell nobody's listening, right? Okay, knock, knock. Council members, hi. Okay, down here. We are ready to get going. This is item 8.2 on our agenda. Councilman Haverfield? Okay, we got to go. Yeah, we're starting, excuse me. Okay, 8.2 is an action item. This is annexation and zoning to RS6, single-family residential with a potential development agreement and preliminary plat for Swainson's Hawk Arbor subdivision at 0 West Greenhurst Road. This is for Trilogy Development representing Corey Barton. The original concept was 146 single-family detached dwelling lots and 15 common lots. This was continued from December 2nd, 2024. During the previous public hearing, public testimony was received on the project, and the public hearing was closed, so there will be no public testimony tonight. We had a couple of issues to be resolved, and Daniel is here to talk to us about that. And Daniel, thank you so much.
Not a problem.
And real quickly, I was going to say something, the ex parte communication. So this is kind of new for council, but I just want to remind council that any ex parte communication, any communication that took place with the public on any item that we have up here tonight has to be disclosed. So I just want to double check on this particular item. Did anyone have any communication with the public that needs to be disclosed? Okay, yes,
And Mayor, seeing none, if there were, what is to be disclosed is the name of the individual and what was discussed.
That's just for it's a little bit like the email that came in earlier that we couldn't take into consideration. We have certain rules that we have to abide by. So, that said, if there is none, Daniel, you're on. Yeah? Oh, I'm sorry.
I couldn't talk because I had a mouthful. But Michelle Williams is here. She's the one that I was referring to, along with Amanda, and I referred them to Rodney.
Okay.
I didn't participate in that conversation. But if that's what you're referring to, yes.
Well,
I did talk with them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for disclosing that. Okay, here we go.
Mayor, Council, the item that you had requested some additional information on was related to the Greenhurst widening adjacent to the subdivision and whether the developer would be able to acquire the right-of-way necessary for full build-out of the roadway there. The developer has met with the property owners along there, and there's a letter that is on your bench from the Goods. They are not interested at this point in negotiating or selling the right-of-way that would remove the trees adjacent at the front of their property along Greenhurst. There is an existing 25-foot prescriptive right-of-way there. The ultimate build-out of Greenhurst, though, would remove those trees. And so per their letter, they are not willing to negotiate for the purchase of that right-of-way to allow that roadway to go in at this time. They do reference in their letter speaking to someone at Development Services. That someone was me last fall when they were talking, and they had asked about the whether there were plans to widen Greenhurst in our capital plans, and there were not. And they asked about development and whether the development there would trigger the requirement for that. And I explained to them that per code, that was not something that our code would trigger. Unless their traffic study showed the need, which the traffic study subsequently did not. And so the developer has followed through and attempted to acquire that right-of-way and not been successful. The developer is willing to do a payment in lieu of construction for those improvements. So that at such time as we do acquire the right-of-way or the city widens that road, that we have the money to do that portion. There is also an option to put in a pedestrian sidewalk within the 25-foot prescriptive right-of-way. that would do a pedestrian connection between the new development and Sands Point there, that they would be willing to do as well.
Are you saying that the sidewalk will take place at this time?
There is adequate room within the prescriptive right-of-way that a 5-foot sidewalk could be placed within the prescriptive right-of-way to connect those pedestrian improvements in front of the out parcel.
Are we asking the developer to do that at this time?
Ultimately, that would be the council's decision. If that were something they wanted to have happen, that could be part of the motion to approve if so desired.
Okay, so that's a decision we need to make tonight.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Council, do you have questions for Daniel? Yes.
So Daniel, would there be a problem on the plat?
Christy, can you?
Can't read, we'll get it bigger here. I was having a little bit of trouble, yes. Well, lost it. The street that runs behind the Good property, so on the north part of the Good property.
Okay.
If we wanted to request that that road would move to the north and allow the lots to be north-south, thereby that road would not provide any public access. In other words, move the road and no public access to their property on the north side.
That would certainly be within your purview. From a staff and a future, the out parcel is a large enough lot that it could easily, in the future, when a different owner or if this owner were to choose to come in and subdivide that, it is large enough that that would be able to be accomplished. From a staff perspective, having that access to that public street there to the north would be advantageous in that event that that were to come in and redevelop, but that would certainly be within the council's purview.
Yeah, I just don't think, I mean, with the lack of property owner cooperation, there shouldn't be access to that.
Mayor,
that piece.
Councilman Bills, I understand that.
And that 5 acres can develop with one access to Greenhurst.
I understand, and I've been around long enough to see people pass away and things change. From a staff perspective, the more interconnectivity we have, the better.
I understand that, and I've been a proponent of that in this case. I feel like it's really, it doesn't help us. The walk-around sidewalk, that's a temporary measure. If we did that, I would think it needs to have some type of vertical curb to try to prevent a car from coming into that, because that's going to be sidewalk right alongside of 45 Speedway, speed. Realize it may be down to 35, but I think from a safety point of view, to take that sidewalk out and put it right on the edge is no different than anybody right now having to walk the gravel and do it. But the city doesn't, other than that short area, if they don't trim their trees, the trees are going to be over the sidewalk, where basically they are right now.
And that was one question that was brought up, whether they would have to. I did express to them that, yes, if a sidewalk were to go in there, that those trees would need to be maintained at a minimum of 7 feet above the sidewalk, which is typical.
Maintained by who?
Typically, it would be the property owner that would be required to do that. That would be something that we would ultimately, that portion of the prescriptive right-of-way has been annexed. And so we would end up having code enforcement go out, and they would likely have to coordinate with the county code enforcement as well.
Yeah, if you have no agreement, it's not going to be. It'll be easier for the city just to go do the job, which is what gets
And
played
that may
upon
be-
a lot, yeah. So I really don't think we should have access to that. As far as council and decision on the plat, my comments are, I don't think we should be providing access to that 5-acre piece. They'll run equipment right out the back of that, through that neighborhood. I just don't think, I mean, unless some way you have a blockade and the plat has no access to that property somehow by, a distance of a foot or two, and the developer's going to put in a fence around that, but otherwise, I think the street should move up and the lots should be there. And people want to live in isolation, then so be it.
Clarification, Councilman, what area are you talking about? What area are you referring to?
Well, I don't have a pointer, so I can't
Christie's
point to the.
pointing to that area.
Can you see that down there?
Oh, I see, okay, I got you. I was pointing somewhere else, okay.
Well, my perspective would be the road would go up and the lots, there'd be a couple lots that would shift there and be, one would be a flag lot and 2 lots would be north-south. So the house would face north.
And that could be easily just a condition of the approval of the preliminary plat, and then they would make that change when that final plat area came in.
Correct.
Easily done.
We have Councilman Haverfield and Councilman Rodriguez.
When this plat came before us before, there was concern about the connectivity or the lack of connectivity of the sidewalk along Greenhurst across that parcel that was just discussed. As that gone, there's still not going to be a sidewalk across their frontage, is that correct?
So the property owner there is unwilling to negotiate to sell the ultimate right-of-way there. There is an existing 25 prescriptive right-of-way that does have room that a 5-foot sidewalk could be brought around there. We would need to look at design with that for safety and as Councilman Bills said, potentially a curb through there to help maintain that safely. But that is a possible condition of approval if the council so desired to put in that sidewalk in that prescriptive right-of-way.
So the access into this development, there's no deceleration lane in front of that primary entry point?
So they are proposing to widen their frontage, and so there would be room for some deceleration. They have not necessarily shown full striping on that. That would come at the time of the final plat. But there would be room for deceleration and acceleration.
And the sidewalk, is it 8 foot wide there?
So the sidewalk along their frontage would be the 10-foot side path.
Okay, 10. So a 5-foot sidewalk across in our road right-of-way in front of this other parcel, would it connect equally, or is it offset?
It would have to be offset. It would go along their frontage, go to the south within the prescriptive right-of-way, go, and then jog back to the existing sidewalk with
So
Sands
potentially you have people walking on sidewalk that's right on Greenhurst then?
So this is what it would likely look like.
That could be scary. Okay, thanks.
Okay, does anyone have an additional question for Daniel? Because today, at this time, I believe this was the only presentation, and we are to a point of action. So what is the will of the council this evening?
Mayor, I had just one more question, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
I'm sorry, yes.
That's okay.
I apologize.
So what I want to do is, regarding the connectivity between the Sands Point, Heron, and Oahe subdivisions that leads into the Swainson's Hog Harbor, is there an ability for the developer to place some kind of traffic that mitigates traffic?
Traffic calming measures?
Yes, or like bumps, or whatever you call those, and speed bumps, digital diverters, something like that, anything that can slow down from going into the other subdivisions.
So are those physically possible? Yes. Typically, the city's policies require those to be evaluated for need. And so if that were something that the council were to desire, I'll say what I'm going to say, and then we'll look over at the city attorney and just see what kind of dirty looks he might give me. I would say if that is something that the council is concerned about, I would recommend that we have speed data collected prior to installation of this subdivision, and then at some point, whether that's, at some percentage of build out, say 75% build out or something of that nature, we look at collecting additional data and see the delta difference in what those speeds are. And if there is a shift in the traffic speeds due to this development, at that point, then we could look at, as a condition, that they look at that at those points, so beforehand and then after the development. And if there is a statistically significant shift in the traffic, at that point, then it may be appropriate to require the developer to install traffic mitigation, calming measures within those other developments.
Well, one reason why I'm saying that is because the developer opted to have one entrance off of Greenhurst.
Councilman Rodriguez, that was at the direction of staff and our access management policy. That is not necessarily something that the developer just chose. That is compliance with our existing policies and the existing roadway spacings around there.
Okay, so easy access through Greenhurst via Midland, is that what we're doing here? Through Belknap? I don't know that I agree with that, but because of the amount of volume of vehicles.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Councilman?
You figured that out for me?
Yes. When all of this was developed, 15 years ago, almost 20. In any event, the city and the layout of all of that was that Belknap would go through. And also to connect to the subdivision to the north, because there's a park that was set aside, smaller park, neighborhood park on Iowa. And so between the pathway along the Edwards Lateral and the continuity of road and sidewalk to bring all the area together. And so it was done at the time for the continuity, and obviously the landowner didn't want to sell during that time until just now recent. So all this plat is completing what was put in motion many years ago, and it should have the continuity for pedestrian traffic, bicycle traffic, as well as the occasional vehicle traffic. I don't see that area as being a go-through ease. If we were able to pull out and see the windiness and the roads, et cetera, I don't see where it's going to be easy to just go from Iowa to Greenhurst. So that's my opinion on that, and I think it's good to stay with the plan that was put in place years back.
Well, the problem I have is the amount of vehicles, but then again, there is the widening of that road. I know it's per code, but I'm beginning to wonder if there's two cars parked on both sides and two cars coming on the street. That's the problem. So
it forces people to, part of the city's standards on the subdivision roads have been narrower, and narrow discourages parking on the street, but it also encourages lower speeds. When we put in wider roads is where we see the speed really pick up, where people can park on the sides as well as there's still room. That's where I've seen and personally experienced the speeds increase with the wider roads. Under staff's leadership over the years, I commend the changes that staff has made to the road widths, and it's made an extremely different in terms of how speeds go through neighborhoods for most people. Not all people, but.
Well, one more comment, Mayor. So David, when they put these plats together, they build these plats to accommodate their build, right? Not to accommodate the residential connections, right? So I'm wondering why there wasn't another entry exit off of Greenhurst, 2, and then you'd have one more on Belknap. That's 3, and then over on toward the other subdivision, that's 4. So that would be a better situation, alleviate all that congestion.
So Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, when we look at what our required spacings between streets are on Greenhurst, on an arterial or a collector roadway, we are minimizing those number of approaches. Each approach that we have out onto those roadways, each street, if you think about it like 16th Avenue, you have an intersection every 380 feet. And so you have conflict points coming every 380 feet that you have to pay attention to. On our larger arterial roadways, we have larger spacing requirements there to help minimize those conflict points, to help make those roadways safer. And so looking at that, you have the existing roadway that's just there to their west that comes out on Heron Drive. And then as you get on the other side, you have the roadway coming out from Sands Point. And so looking at those spacings through there, the one entrance and exit off of Greenhurst is adequate with the traffic study. They have the analysis there to show that that is adequate. I won't say that there will never be people driving through those other neighborhoods that are connected to. It will happen. In my experience, it happens less than people expect it to. And that's where, if that is truly the concern, I think analyzing data before it happens and after to truly understand the effect there before we require mitigation would be the more appropriate way to do that. And I'd look at the city attorney if he had any questions or wanted to tell me I'm out of line or not.
No, but the possibility of making that dead end into a fire.
I will say that, and the fire department is here, and I'm sure he would nod when I say this. The fire department and police and transportation traffic, emergency access only is not desirable. From all three of those, when necessary, yes, we allow it, but it's not something that is desirable from any of those agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, if there are not, what is the will of the council tonight? Because there is an opportunity for a motion. There's a motion in front of you. Where would you like to move on this one?
Mayor, I have a question for Rodney or Christie. About the open space, Is that, those slivers up at the top there, is that counted as the open space? Counted into the open space?
Mayor and Councilwoman Jangula, a portion of it is because the green area would be where the pathway would be constructed. The light blue area would be the irrigation easement area.
So that's those long slivers of the green, we are counting that as usable green space?
The green is counted as usable green space because it's a pathway.
That is part of the city's trail system, the Edwards Pathway. It's currently Sands Point. It's all the way installed through there. The city has a grant that will bring the ore pathway down and connect to that. So that's part of the city's trail master plan.
Okay. I'm just thinking because the centralized green space here, if we take out those slivers, based off the numbers in here, I calculated it, and it would mean that that centralized green space is what people are going to be using in the community. It falls below, it's at 14.33%, and it falls below the 15%. So I just wanted to put that out there. And then another question too, do we know how many lots difference it would be if we went to an RS7 versus an RS6? I know it's hard to figure roughly.
Without an actual layout like that, I don't know that we have a exact, because that changes roadway networks and that to how that would affect. So I don't think planning or I would have an exact number for you on that.
Could I, one thought, if you're thinking about the presentation that we had, the workshop that we had regarding RS6, Rodney gave me some clarifying information. Rodney, could you share that, because it was very informative?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to clarify something that in our presentation we showed RS6. The way we got that number for how much it contributes per acre is we took all of the RS6 zones in the entire city and said, how much do they contribute per acre, right? And we did that same thing for all developments, all of the different zones throughout the city. Our RD and RS6 zones are the primary zones that are that older type development in our community. So I just wanted to clarify that there may be some, I'm a little nervous about that number being used as like, well, they don't contribute, because we have new standards with open space, new standards with the lot sizes even. In the past, RS6 had a different range as well. So my guess is that they're going to come in the last 5 years. We're running those numbers. We got the data today already. So we're almost there to have that data figured out for the last 5 years. What does RS6 do? What does RD do? And we'll present that to you as soon as I can get it. But right now, I'm just putting that out there that that's the potential you need to be concerned about. You're looking at older homes that have developed for many, many years in the city of Nampa, contributing to that lower value.
So you're telling me that that difference of $58,656.96 difference taxable to the city is not accurate?
I would say it's accurate for what our current zone, RS6, is for the entire city. If new development occurred, though, that's probably going to skew that up a little bit. So we're trying to figure that number out, but it's accurate. The slide wasn't meant for intending to show, oh, hey, look at this, RS6 is the least beneficial. It actually showed that ag zone was the least beneficial. Yeah. And then the RS22 and the RS12, 15, those were all really low producing for revenue for the city. What we were trying to show is that density typically will increase that value per acre for the city benefit.
So Rodney is getting the new numbers so that we can have an accurate reflection of, in the last 5 years, if you look at the comparative data for RS6, it's going to be different than when you look at RS6 as a whole. We just happened to have this discussion. So if you were thinking like I was thinking, that the data actually reflects, I think when we see the new data for the last 5 years, it'll probably show something different.
So even if I take out that 15% of the open space and then calculate it with the levy rate, it's still skewed? Short answer is yes.
Possibly, yes.
Potentially, yes.
Yeah, if you're using the number that we gave you for the entire city's RS6, yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Going down the same rabbit hole as Natalie, in the sense of the city, I can't remember what the number was. What percentage of modern history or time are our developments RS6 compared to other RS designations? And do we need more diversity in housing sizes?
Short answer to that second question is yes.
Okay.
We have determined that we have a lot of the same type housing throughout the community. So yes. The question about history, are you saying at what point did we start getting away from just RS6?
No, Moore was insinuating that second question. Do we need a diversity of housing? And then it sends me down the trail. What would be preferential? Do we want to look at this as RS7? Do we want to look at this as RS 8.5? Is that something that needs to be considered in the sense of diversity of housing, or is this proper?
I would be careful here. We have a proposal before you for RS6. And I know, like, you have to have these discussions, so that's hard, but they're not proposing RS7, so we couldn't just say, well, let's approve an RS7 development here.
Well, we could deny, and they could
You
bring
could
back.
deny it, absolutely. But there's quite a bit of history behind this already, right? Is there an annexation that came in with a development agreement or anything on this? I can't remember. No? Okay. So we're at preliminary stats or plat stage. I would just say that there's other zones besides RS7 and RS 8.5 as well. There's RS4 and there's RD, right?
Rodney, one thing that is difficult tonight is that we need the reminder of what this is joining next to. So is that all RS6?
RS7.
To the north is RS6.
To the west and the
And
east
to
and the
the
south. it's
west
RS7.
and east.
So,
is-
okay, so to the east and the west is RS7. To the south is,
To the,
and south is RS7 and the north is RS6. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
Mayor, one thing I would note, that those RS7s that are there today did not have the open space requirements that this RS6 does. So net density is likely very similar between the two. I think staff, when we look at these and the requirement to have the open space, that, I think from a staff perspective, one thing that we would like council to consider is that with that consideration for requiring that open space, if we don't allow smaller lot sizes, we encourage a lower gross density, and we go the direction that we're not necessarily trying to go by getting the density in the city to avoid additional sprawl to have the same amount of people here.
Well, and as I think you kind of said it, this is not a lot unlike the RS7 because this has the open space requirement and the other subdivisions didn't. So I think, and we've looked at that on some previous ones where there's some similarity in the actual lot sizes because of the open space that is being required here.
Eric?
Yes.
When this was before us, I believe the folks that came out who are on Heron Heron Ridge to the west. In other words, their lots back up to this new plat. And there was a comment about single-story, two-story, that there'd be a restriction to single-story for those lots that back up to a single-story. I don't know if we've ever put that in play or not. But it was one of the notes going back, and that was a request on several neighbors to not have a two-story built where they're a single-story.
Is that to the east and to the west, or to the north? Because I know to the north.
To the west.
To the west. Okay.
The folks who live on Heron Ridge, I believe it's Heron Ridge
Right
Drive.
there, Heron, okay, Heron Drive. So that line right there that they're looking at. Okay, so is that something we would put in the development agreement?
Is that workable with planning and zoning? Because we're at an annexation, right?
Sorry, Mayor and Councilman Bills, you can do a development agreement with that condition listed, that those lots on the west side be single-story, where they're adjacent to single-story.
Okay. So we'd want that item, and then the no access to the 5 acres. The other part I see on the plat, I think it would be beneficial if the road, I don't know if it's Glasgow or Glass, any event, shown in phase 2, but that connectivity to the north would go in with the first phase of construction. I don't know what that, Daniel, you may need to provide thoughts on that, but.
Mayor, Councilman Bills, if that's something that council desires, I don't necessarily have any issue one way or the other on requiring that to be part of the first phase.
I see the need from the standpoint of when phase 2 is built and traffic's coming in, that it's going to be helpful to have that connectivity right there.
Okay.
Otherwise, the traffic is going to go back through the existing, and it's one thing for homeowner traffic, it's another thing when it's a lot of construction traffic, so. I think that one, so that would be an add. So we don't have access. We would include the Glasgow as needing to be in phase 1, so that would be added to the development agreement. And the home sites in block 3, if they are adjacent to a single story, they will also be a single story.
Is that a motion?
I would make a motion that.
Go for it.
So I move to approve the annexation zoning to RS6 potential development agreement and preliminary plat for Swainson's Hawk Arbor subdivision at 0W Greenhurst Road for Trilogy Development, representing Corey Barton, annexation 00310-2024 and SPP 00150-2024 with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report, and that the plat is modified so that there's no access to the 5-acre piece known as the Good property. That within phase 1 would also be the road of Glasgow and across the Edwards lateral to make continuity. And thirdly would be that block 3 of the plat would have single-story homes built where they back up to the westerly home sites that have single story.
Could I add something to that?
Certainly.
And that would be that the developer actually, they have a couple different models of homes available that they go with their higher-end, diverse product style, so that there's like at least 5 different products in there that they all don't look the same, that there's a diversity of product.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to this motion? Wow.
Second.
Thank you. Okay,
Save
it's
your
been,
bacon.
thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, I just want
Yes.
to see with that motion, what that exterior sidewalk looks like up against the good property.
So
Christy, can you like explain it?
you see the checkered brick area going east to west where the arrow is? The arrow's coming down the sidewalk. So it's basically either concrete or an extension of asphalt, and then it connects to the pathway that's existing. And so within that, we should have it, also have a curb, I think, to discourage a car from veering over onto that pathway. Presently, on a lot of the roads, we have a white stripe, we have a fog line, and that separates the bike lane or a place for somebody to walk or ride when there's no sidewalk. This would have sidewalk, but
Yes.
For discussion. The reason I bring up the RS7 is I think RS7 would be a better fit for this, even considering the green and open space. I had made the big stink, I think, along with Councilman Rodriguez about the widening of that road. We have an hourglass system going in there, and while I don't drive that and I don't frequent that patch of road, there was enough comment to mention that there is concern for it. And looking at the imagery that we were shown originally when we got this, that's why I said I would like to at least see if we could have the goods do that. They're not ready now. Maybe they'll be ready in the future. I just think the timing's not right for this, and the zoning is not right for this. So I'll be voting no.
Any other comments?
I agree with him. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Jingula?
No.
Reynolds?
No.
Griffin?
No.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Bills?
yes.
2 in favor, 4 opposed, motion carries. Motion fails.
Motion fails.
to fail.
Motion carries.
Correct. Okay. So with that, I don't think we have any further motions needed, is that correct? Because the motion was to, no, I'm sorry.
Mayor.
The motion was to approve, and it failed, so then what do? I'm sorry.
Mayor.
This is when it's getting late, yes.
I move to recommend denial of the annexation and zoning to RS6 potential development agreement preliminary plat for Swanson's Hawk Harbor subdivision at 0 West Greenhurst Road for Trilogy Development representing Corey Barton, annexation 00310-2024, SPP 00150-2024. Because condition findings for annexation subsection C has not been met because of the bottleneck at the road. I need to pull up my reasonings. I apologize. Make it easier for legal. For annexation C. The area can reasonably be assumed to be available for orderly development of the city. I disagree simply on the issue of the street widening. I think it is necessary and important that we are able to plan for growth and grow with our developments that are coming into place. At some point, that land will become available. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but at some point. Additionally, findings for zoning E. Oh, boy. The proposed map amendments are or would provide for proposed use. I believe that RS7 would be more contiguous with this land having south, east, and west connecting and touching. You could argue that the north has RS6, but a significant and higher portion of the land is touching by RS7, so I don't think it is compatible for that reason. And finding F on the finding for zoning. Zoning map amendments are in the interest of public and reasonably necessary. I also disagree for the traffic, the widening issue, and the current status of the plan is not necessarily in the interest of the public at this point.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just add a comment for clarity for the developer. For me, I like the infield project. I don't mind the RS6 as much, but the Greenhurst Road and the right-of-way is a problem for me. It creates a big safety issue, and I feel like when that is able to be resolved, that will make a good project.
So timing is one of those issues. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mayor, I would just like to add, there are alternatives, but we've never been in support or have wanted to move the direction of eminent domain on this, and I don't think that's going to be an avenue that the city wants to go down. So also part of my reason for denial rather than a condition of approval for eminent domain.
Okay. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Sorry. 3 in favor, 3 opposed.
Is that right?
No.
I think it's 4.
Right.
It's 4. Yeah, I think it's 4 in favor and 2.
2 opposed.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
So it is approved. The denial is
carries.
approved. Motion carries. Okay. Okay, we're going to move quickly on to 8.3 on our agenda. 8.3 is an action item, and it's a zoning map amendment from RS 15, single-family residential, to community business zoning district, and a potential development agreement for parcel R264390000, I believe, which is 0.66 acres at 2925 East Greenhurst. This is for Miguel Torrio. The original concept was a rezone to allow use as an office for tax-related services. Is our applicant here this evening? Thank you for waiting so long. As you come forward, please share your name and address, and then tell us what you're going to do.
Miguel Victorio, 2925 East Greenhurst Road, Nampa.
Thank you.
And I'm just here. I've never been here before. I'm sorry. So I purchased this property last year in January and wanting to zone it as commercial to run a tax business out of the property.
Thank you. Is that it?
I think so.
Okay,
Yes.
so what we'll do, just so you know, we'll have a staff report, we'll open public hearing. At the end of public hearing, we'll have you come back and provide any closing comments or answer any questions if needed, and then we'll make a decision.
Okay.
Thank you so much. So we'll have you back. Okay, Rodney? I forgot to ask, does staff have any questions of the applicant?
I did.
I'm sorry, you know what, let's pause now that you've got it up. I forgot to ask if we had questions for you, so council has a couple of questions, so.
I was going to ask Rodney then, but he may not know. So, and I'm not sure, I just want to make sure, is the residence being turned to be an office?
Correct.
So, and Rodney, you may still have to answer the parking issue. Need to know what's the requirement and if there's adequate parking.
So Rodney will answer that. And then, Victor, did you have a question?
No,
We'll ask after a bit.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mayor and
Thank you.
council,
Yes.
for the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. I have that in my slides, so we'll get to that in
Excellent, thank
just
you.
a second. So here's the project just off of Greenhurst and South Side, a little closer. Well, we'll get to a closer view, but Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval, and they changed one thing with the conditions. They added one more condition that's in your staff report. It's number 9 in your staff report, and I'll go through that in just a minute. Essentially, it's limiting the allowed uses in that area. So here is the comprehensive plan map. You can see that commercial is to the north. It's currently in the medium density residential designation. It's also zoned already, but it's RS 15, which wouldn't match the medium density residential right now, but at that point where it was annexed and zoned, it met the requirements. So to the north is the BC zoning. It's commercial retail center, tobacco connection, pet parlor, Anytime Fitness and Domino's Pizza, as well as the gas station there. And then to the east is RS15, triplex, and church parking lot. I think I can zoom in a little bit closer there. There we go. So that's the RS15. And then to the south, RS15 zoning, single-family detached, and to the west is RS15, single-family detached. So services are available in the area. We are already, since this is already annexed into the city, many of the services are already being provided. Traffic access would be from Greenhurst, as it is shown currently. There's a little closer view of that parking lot and the church and the triplex there. So applicable regulations, you've seen these before, but it's not accompanying an annexation. So just keep in mind there's only 3 criteria that have to be met for a rezone. Here's the applicable setbacks, and I'll jump over that unless you have specifics there, specific questions. Okay, the required landscape buffer is 20 feet due to the 20-foot setback needing to be landscaped. The number of spaces required, as was asked, for offices, it would be 1 per 300 square feet of usable or used net floor area. So we need to calculate that at time of the building permit to convert it to an office. But I'd just like maybe to go back to that aerial view real quick. There's a lot of property on this that could be converted to office, or excuse me, to parking if needed. But that would have to be determined at time.
Rodney, what about the 20-foot landscape buffer? Is that a requirement?
It is a requirement, so we've already got this in place. What we're saying there is essentially what is shown on the screen would have to remain for the front of the building. But if you went to the back, you could utilize that back area for parking. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay, so
So
correspondence.
Is this in the city, or is this
It is
being
in the city.
annexed? It's already in the city.
It's a rezone. RS15 to what they're proposing is BC.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I should
Thank you.
have set that up front. So we did get comments from engineering. They need to comply with city codes, policies, and standards. And then any wells or septic system shall be abandoned or removed in accordance with our policy. Building department identified the need for building permits for remodeling and change of use, as well as the need for a certificate of occupancy.
Rodney, could you pause right there? I'm like, why does it say any on-site wells or septics need to be abandoned when this is not an annexation? It's a rezone. Are we requiring him to do that with a rezone?
So this would be at the time if they were to connect to city utilities. It's not necessarily that it has to happen immediately, but at such time as they would connect to the city utilities, those would need to be abandoned.
So it is in city limits. It's a former, evidently, county sub that is on septic well. Okay, thank you for the clarity.
And it may be connected to water already, but I don't believe we have sewer there at this time.
Mayor, so that's,
Okay.
I looked
Thank
that
you.
up and just trying to figure that out, and I couldn't tell from our city GIS layer here whether the water or sewer are connected here either. But as you can see, sewer's a good distance away, so my guess is that it's on septic as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, whoops, sorry. Went too fast. Okay, so Nampa code compliance indicated weeds along the side are visible above the 6-foot fence, and they would need to be taken care of. The applicant will need to, fire department district said the applicant will need to apply for a tenant improvement permit and certificate of occupancy, and they'll handle their requirements through that process. So here are the proposed conditions. Here's all the ones that staff had originally recommended. I can go over those, but I'm sure you've got those in your packet. And here's the new proposed condition from the Planning and Zoning Commission. And what they directed staff to do is give you a list of all of the land uses that are in the BC zone that are not permitted in the BN zone. So because of all of the residential development around here, they were concerned that we were going to the BC zone and giving all kinds of different options. The applicant just indicated, we just want office, so we don't really care about these other uses, but the Planning and Zoning Commission just indicated that they would like to prevent these uses from happening in the future. So these are permitted uses in the BC zone, which is what is being requested, but they are not in the BN zone, so you would limit those with your approval and potentially a development agreement. We've done that in the past with a development agreement.
The wording confuses me. It says these uses that will not be permitted on the property are. So what you just said is that they're permitted in the BC zone, but not permitted in the business neighborhood zone, but that it says that these are not allowed uses on the property.
That's correct.
So this list is clarified. We don't have to go through and choose anything. It's already done. They're not allowed to do any of these things on that property.
That's correct.
Thank you.
If you
Okay.
approved this with this condition.
With that condition, okay. And that allows him.
Really nice.
Question?
Yes.
You've explained my first thought was why not a BN zone, but you've explained that. Why not an RP zone then?
RP allows residential as well. Again, this is just the applicant's decision to go with BC, so we're trying to handle it after that request.
Would there be any disadvantages of an RP versus the BC?
I'd have to look at the specific uses, but again, that would be you denying this project, and they would be coming back with an RP request.
My question is, again, the mayor asked as far as the setback on Greenhurst for landscaping being 20 feet or not. Is there 20 feet of separation to the front of that garage from the property line?
So that is for redevelopment of the property, or if it's not already there. If a building is already in place, we don't require them to move the building. But if it's there, we count it as what it is. But if it was redeveloped, yeah, they would have to be 20 feet if they're not.
Thank you.
Mayor, council, there is a 20-foot setback from the existing property.
There is.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't know if an RP gave you any additional. Okay.
Mayor? Just one more question. Is this too restrictive in your opinion, or is this just proper for this? Potentially, if he moves to sell or changes his mind, everybody's got to pay taxes, so I think it's an industry that's long living, but if not, maybe wants a zoo or an entertainment center, does that limit him?
Mayor and council, you're asking my opinion.
Yes.
Opinion is, BN seems to be appropriate for this area because everything around it is residential. To the east and the west and the south is zoned residential. So those uses seem to be, we typically see those more compatible with existing residential. So to limit these down to the BN zoned permitted uses seems appropriate.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
another question for you, Rodney, and maybe an opinion. Does it concern you about this being a spot zone?
So spot zones, thank you for the question, Mayor and Councilman Reynolds. Spot zones specifically in state code are when we zone a property that isn't consistent with the comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive plan is stretchable, one parcel deep. So that is what is being proposed here, to stretch the commercial designation to the north down to this parcel. And that's shown right here. So you would stretch it down to that parcel and it would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. I'm not concerned about any legal concerns for spot zoning because of that reason.
Okay. Go ahead, Rodney.
I think the findings are all that's left, and then the decision. And the findings are pretty straightforward. They're in your packet. There's just those 3 findings. And again, I think we've talked through all the conclusions essentially. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan because it's stretchable. The compatibility, I think with the conditions on there, that it be limited, makes it more compatible. And in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary, I think we have needs for commercial businesses throughout the city, and so that's our comprehensive plan has identified that as a need. And so those are my conclusions that I proposed. And here are a couple potential motions, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions.
Are there any other questions for Rodney at this time? Thank you, Rodney. So this is a public hearing.
Madam Mayor, we do not have any advance signups for this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this particular item? Seeing none. For our applicant, do you have any closing remarks, or council, do you have any questions for our applicant?
No, I do not.
Okay, council, do you have any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, what is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'm going to make a motion, but I want to talk about Miguel and his family. They are financial advisors. They've been in the tax service for, 15 years, 20 years now, and they're a reputable family. And I'm really excited about this because they have really worked hard for their business and their family. So I'd be honored to make the motion to approve the zoning map amendment from RS-15 single-family residential to BC Community Business Zoning District for 2925 East Greenhurst Road for Miguel Victorio. Did you get that, Mayor? ZMA 00195, 2024, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of fact as stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
So is the motion carrying the exclusion that was put before us?
The recommendations that came forward from planning and zoning.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Mayor and Council, yes, that was one of the conditions that staff proposed to City Council in their staff
Okay,
report.
that's in the phrase with all the conditions listed in the
That's
staff
correct.
report?
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Roll call.
Bills,
Yes?
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Pingula,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Congratulations, and thank you for waiting all evening for that. Thank you, and I'm sorry.
He said the previous one was pretty amazing.
I'm not sure that's the right word.
No, just, it's my, okay, thank you. We're ready for 8.4. This is an action item, annexation and zoning to light industrial zoning district and a potential development agreement for a 2.36 acre parcel at 76 North Happy Valley Road for the abutting right-of-way on North Happy Valley Road. For Blake Wolf, representing, I'm not going to say that name, Maria Beltran Felix. Original concept is a future light industrial multi-building development containing metal buildings for sale and/or lease. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Blake Wolf. I live at 843 West Horizon Way, Nampa. This 2.36 acres is eligible because it is contiguous to the fire station's property across the street, which has already been annexed and zoned. I am seeking the light industrial designation as it matches the comp plan and the desired zoning for this part of town. The surrounding properties in this stretch are kind of unique in that there's a lot of small acreage parcels that run basically from Victory to Stam. A lot of them are already operating as light industrial type properties. Some are annexed, some are not. This particular property is in the airport overlay, and light industrial is a recommended use for the airport overlay, and that overlay is not going to change, at least that I know of. I'm pretty sure it's going to stick there as long as we have an airport in our city. Light industrial also works great for and is encouraged for close to freeways, close to railroad tracks, in this case in the overlay of the airport, and then major roads for trucks getting in and out, which we know Happy Valley is one of our major north-south connectors. My intent is to build a small multi-building development on this 2.36 acres with a access driveway along the south boundary. That's what has been suggested for the access. It matches the heliport access off Happy Valley. This particular stretch was actually mentioned earlier in the this evening that there's no sewer, and there probably won't be for the foreseeable long future, just because the way that it's made up of a lot of smaller parcels. It flows to the south, and it's clear down at Gray's Lane. And then you've also got the lava you got to deal with, which is very expensive to go through. So these smaller light industrial buildings usually only have a couple bathrooms, no laundry service or kitchens or showers. Therefore, the septic drain fields are very small. And that's what we would be doing in this case. It does have city water in Happy Valley that we would use. On the neighborhood meeting, I had just a couple neighbors show up. One of them thought I was bringing sewer, and when he found out I wasn't, then he didn't care what was going on. I'm like, no, we're not bringing it. The other one did have some legitimate concerns, and it mainly had to do with items that would be addressed during the civil site planning, which were site drainage from the gravity irrigation. And also they were concerned about any of the new drain fields being too close to their wells, which is a legitimate concern. All that would be addressed, and it is heavily regulated with separations during the design of the site. In your staff report, you got a letter from I believe it's Nampa Meridian Irrigation. That is incorrect. They were supposed to send a new one. There is no easement for they mistakenly thought this was along the Mason ditch. And we can get that submitted. Conclusion, this type of product that I am wanting to build here is a high-need product in our city. We have very large industrial spaces now. These smaller ones under 10,000 feet that really accommodate our trades, smaller businesses. There's a need for those, a big need for those for sale and for lease. It also, like I said, checks quite a few boxes of where we want light industrial in our city, as far as close to the freeway, and then these designated overlays that are really restrictive, and then the sewer issue kind of compounds another reason to go with a product like this in this part of town. Questions?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Blake, it appears that you're looking at different lots. Are you going to be separating the buildings on their own lots?
Yes, Councilman Hatfield, this zoning will allow us to subdivide those, correct?
So you have a joint access agreement along that southern boundary. The only thing I might suggest is you look at a T-turn between buildings like 2 and 3 or 3 and 4 to be able to get that fire engine because of the length of that driveway.
Correct, and there'll be a lot of asphalt there. Yeah.
So are you connecting to city water or not?
I am. Okay. It is in Happy Valley. There's no PI. It's just power and water in that part of town.
Will you have a common sewer, or will the sewer be on each of the individual lots?
They'll be on each individual lot, and they're, like I said, they're small. The drain fields, the one we did up north for a similar size, like couple bathrooms, was, I believe, a total of 1,000 square feet for the primary and the replacement. So very small footprint for the system.
And your soils report indicated what your depth, if there's any lava out there, you're going to have to deal with?
We have it out there, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I figure you
It's
would.
inevitable right there. It's just, it's part of Nampa.
So you've checked the boxes.
Are there any other questions? Thank you. We'll have you back. Thank you, Christy.
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. I am Christy Watkins, Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The action requested from you this evening is for approval of annexation and zoning to IL at 76 North Happy Valley Road. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval at their public hearing that they held in December. For surrounding zoning to the north, south, and east is all Canyon County residential at this time. To the west is RA, which is Nampa Fire Station number 5, and to further west than that then is IL zoning, which is the airport. Surrounding uses there are storage units, the airport, the Nampa Fire District, and Canyon County residential properties. Structures located in the IL zoning districts will be subject to design review standards, and frontage improvements along Happy Valley Road will be required. City water is being stubbed into this property, and a septic system will need to be reviewed and approved by Southwest District Health. As he stated, the neighbors were concerned about the location in proximity to their own well, and that will all have to be mitigated through that Southwest District Health permit process. The comprehensive plan designates this area as industrial. It is adjacent to low-density residential. It is designated as industrial due to the proximity to the airport runway and to Happy Valley Road, which is a major arterial. The comprehensive plan outlines objectives and strategies to attracting and maintaining industrial property and the uses within its boundaries. And the proposed IL zoning district is a permitted zone in the industrial designation. There is a dedication of right-of-way required along Happy Valley Road. And depending on the uses of the tenants that may occupy these spaces, we may request a traffic impact study later with each building permit as those tenants occupy those spaces. As far as correspondence goes, we did receive that public input from the neighbors concerning the septic system being too close to their wells, but they're going to get all of that figured out through the permitting process. The fire district had no objections to the project, but they do have specific requirements that include providing a site plan that shows a required fire apparatus turnaround, provide a 26-foot wide drive aisle for the access that exceeds 500 feet in length, place a sign at the entrance stating all lanes are fire lanes and park in marked stalls only. The Nampa Meridian Irrigation District letter, as he stated, was in error, so we will need to get a new one from them. And engineering lists utility and right-of-way dedication and improvements, including a potential traffic impact study requirement. So for annexation, there are 4 criteria for evaluating this. Staff finds that this project meets all 4 criteria. The property owner has consented to this application. The property is contiguous to the city limits. The project is impact area outlined in the comprehensive plan, and the application is subject to the terms of the agreement between Nampa Highway District Number 1 and City of Nampa in terms of annexing right-of-way. There are 3 criteria for determining the zoning of the property, Staff finds all 3 criteria to be met. The zoning is in harmony with the comprehensive plan future land use map of industrial designation. The proposed use is compatible for future and intended uses of the area. The proposed zone is in the interest of the public because it provides an opportunity to grow our industrial land, and it has city services, water, readily available to it, and is required to dedicate right-of-way and make frontage and infrastructure improvements along Happy Valley Road. These are the recommended conditions of approval, and these are your potential motions. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christy. Council, do you have any questions for Christy?
Mayor,
Yes.
Missy, does this fall under the new requirements for fencing? So no chain link, it has to be a nicer fence?
Mayor and Councilwoman Jangila, yes, under the IL zone, we do have design review requirements, and chain link on the frontage is not allowed.
Thank you.
And then the design review is the new standard that we have?
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this is a public hearing, and?
Madam Mayor, we do not have any advance signups for this item.
Thank you. Is there anyone here that had intended to testify on this matter tonight? Seeing none. Blake, do you have any other comments? And Council, do you have any questions for Blake? Seeing none. Do you have anything you'd like to
Just
share?
The one item that I failed to mention is there is some height restrictions in this overlay, and that got asked during planning and zoning. And then I think some non-reflective colors also in this zoning, but that would all be addressed in the design review anyway, so.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Yes? I'm sorry.
Public hearing, or is this an action, just an action?
Close it.
Well, this is a public
Public hearing,
hearing.
right.
Did you have a question for Blake before we close public hearing?
No, I was going to close the public hearing, suggest we
Okay,
close.
well, yes, we can do that. So there's a motion to close public hearing and a second, correct? All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. So what is the will of council?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I move to approve the annexation and zoning to IL zoning district and potential development agreement at 76 North Happy Valley Road for Blake Wolf, representing Myra Beltran Felix, with all conditions listed in the staff report, and to adopt the proposed findings of approval as stated in the staff report.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Gula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor? Motion carries.
Long wait, and there you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 8-5. Thank you for our team that's waiting so late tonight. I'm assuming it's you guys? I'm so sorry. So 8-5 is an action item. It's a variance of Code 10-23-20.F, freestanding pole sign maximum height of 40 feet on a 3.84 acre parcel at 206 Shannon Drive. This is for Blue Beacon Incorporated, representing Trace Walker. The original concept is to allow a 60-foot business sign for better visibility along I-84. And thank you. As our applicant, go ahead and come forward and give us your name and address.
Thank you. My name's Guy Walker, 500 Graves Boulevard in Salina, Kansas. Just to share a little bit about Blue Beacon, we're a small, medium-sized company based out of Salina, Kansas. This will be our 115th location, so we have a nationwide network of truck washes. Our other one in Idaho is in Twin Falls, and we've been looking around in the Boise, Nampa, Caldwell area for quite a while and found this site, so we're very excited to be part of the community. So the project is pretty well under construction. We actually hope to open around May 1st or somewhere around there. We're building a double bay truck wash, so we'll have 2 regular wash bays that serve generally over-the-road trucks. And then we also are building a 3rd bay that is, we need a better name than this, but we call it the small vehicle bay. So that would serve more of your like local traffic. So pickups that can't go through a car wash because they've been lifted, RVs, dump trucks, things like that, which there's a lot of in this area because of all the construction. So really excited to be part of the community, like I said. And just wanted to really, we've been working with our local sign company, Idaho Electric, so I'll let her explain a little bit more in detail, but we are requesting, as the mayor pointed out, requesting a variance for a 60-foot high-rise. We selected this site due to its proximity to I-84, but it does have some grade challenges. It does sit down pretty low because of the grade of the interstate. So that is why we are requesting the higher sign. We've learned over the years that visibility of either the building or the sign is critical to our success. So that's why we're requesting it, and we'd respectfully request your approval. And obviously, happy to answer any questions.
Mayor Klein?
Yes.
Where would the pole be placed?
That should be it's up along the interstate. Yeah, there you point.
In
Thank
that
you.
corner? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And do Do you have additional comments?
She can share the details better than I can.
Okay.
So
thank
the
you.
Blue Beacon truck wash is going to be 30 feet
Oh,
below grade.
Name and address.
Oh, Shaylin, 6528 Supply Way, Boise, Idaho, 83716. So the Blue Beacon truck wash is 30 feet below grade to the interstate roadway. The base of the sign is actually 26 feet below grade. So the truck wash, the top of the truck wash cabinet's 28 feet above grade. So you're actually going to see 2 feet of the sign from the interstate. If the 60-foot variance is approved, the proposed sign would be 32 feet above the I-84 pavement edge. This is actually 8 feet below the city allowance of 40 feet. So we just ask that, there are other establishments out there, Norco, Super 8, Nampa Inn and Suites, and Jackson's that are all much taller. So we just ask that you take this into consideration when making the decision on the Blue Beacon.
Great.
Thank you.
Council, do you have questions? Not at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. For the record, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director. So the request before you is to allow 60 feet instead of the required, or the maximum 40 foot that's allowed by code. This is, the comprehensive plan designates this as commercial. Zoning is light industrial, actually. And you can see that this was stretched in the past to this location. The designation of the comp plan was stretched to this location in the past. So you got the I-84 to the north. South is a church and Creations Unlimited Machining, which is zoned BC. To the west is Northside Logistics Center, zoned IL. And to the east is Norco Medical Supply Store, it's community business zoning. Closer view of that. There's the aerial of the property. Okay, so I need to give a little bit of history on both the property and then also on the sign code. And I don't typically recommend variances as approved. But this one fit the criteria, in my opinion. So the first thing is the annexation and zoning to BC in 1976. There was a pre-application meeting held in 2020 of December. Another pre-app meeting held in 2021. City Council approved in 2022 the zoning map amendment with these conditions listed on the screen as well as in your staff report. And then I want to get into the sign code history. In late 2023, City Council approved several variances. There were quite a few that year. It seemed to have one after another. And there were several that were approved for height and size of the sign, the square footage. So our attorney at that time counseled us to look at code again. Since we're getting these multiple requests, you're supposed to analyze each project on the merits of that specific request. But when you have multiple requests coming in, our attorney gave the direction, we need to look at code and see if we can fix this so that this doesn't create a problem in the future. So our Parker Bodley, the senior planner at that time, was directed to oversee this project. We took a special workshop with representatives from the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council. And in that workshop, we talked about quite a few things. Out of that workshop were these recommendations, including the one highlighted in yellow. So I'll just go through it. Freestanding signs within a distance of 600 feet of the center line of I-84 shall adhere to the following standards. 60 feet tall from the deck of I-84, not to exceed 80 feet from the grade of the subject property. 1.5 square feet of area per linear feet of street frontage, the street side where the sign is located, or 200 feet maximum. This is current code, the 200 feet maximum. So the challenge that people were having is that on one side of the freeway might be a hill, while on another side of the freeway it might drop significantly down. So if they have the same height standards for both sides, then your sign on the one side that's low may not be even seen from the freeway. And so that was the direction. However, we had some more history. May 6th of 2024, we scheduled for a business item to discuss this with City Council. Mayor removed the agenda item. I think it was just, there was a lot on the agenda at that point. We rescheduled to June 17th. June 17th, City Council discussed the principles and essentially directed us to draft code and then take it back to the council members who were involved. Late June 2024, Parker Bodley drafted the code changes discussed and sent for review. We got comments back from Councilman Bills providing some feedback on the proposed code changes. And then the first week of July is when Parker Bodley resigned to take a position in the private sector. So there was a little bit of delay as we were trying to handle being down staff. And then we had another staff member get hired by the same company. And then we had another staff member move to Texas. So it was kind of chaotic. But late 2024, I discussed with the mayor this concern and the need for this, a workshop or something, and she agreed and scheduled the workshop in April of 2025. So that is still to come, but that's where we are with the sign code. You know the variance code, it's intended to look at the property and see if there's unique circumstances for that property that don't apply to every other property in the same zoning district. And typically that's topography, shape of the parcel, or the size of the parcel, or other restrictions, such as big boulders or something that would make it very difficult to put a shed on it, or something like that. So that's the purpose behind a variance. Here are the criteria that must be met in order to grant a variance. You've seen these before. And then here's the sign code, which we were referencing. Highlighted in gray there is the code that they're asking for a variance from. There was no correspondence of significance on this property, or on this project. So we had, I highlighted this in the past. Here's all the different sign variances or approvals that we've had over the years that are not consistent with our current code. At one point, we had in 2022 multiple signs pointed out by an applicant. I thought this was a good view of what you can see from the freeway, all these different signs that exceed the height that's in code. And then here's the applicant's analysis. You can see on the right-hand side what she was referring to. I think, yeah, there we go. That is if they met the code for 40 feet, you would have the top section visible, but the lower section pretty much not even visible. So they're requesting that that be moved up to the 60 feet. And just a note, variances are not for financial, by state code, they are not for financial reasons. So you couldn't say, hey, it's going to cost us more unless you give us this variance. So staff looked at that and said, I think the criteria is met, that the topography is such that the main customer for this development would not be advertised to because they're along the freeway. And they're right next to the freeway, so that's obviously their intention to gain truckers from the freeway to come to their wash. So here's a view from a proposed view with a 60-foot sign, and then again, if it were only 40, here's what you would see. So proposed conditions, this standard, comply with all city codes, and then that it will just be limited to 60 feet. And I took an approach this time, was talking with our attorney and just discussing how we might craft these findings in the future based on recent direction from the Supreme Court of the state of Idaho about some findings that happened for the city of Boise. And so we took an attempt at this. It's a little bit different. I'm a little hesitant to show you, but essentially we did the criteria up front and then said, here are all the facts, whether they're good or bad, and then you decide based on all those facts and the messages we've presented tonight, the testimony that you received tonight, here's what we conclude. And it's pretty lengthy, I know, I'm sorry, but it does just address each of those criteria that were listed in your staff report, primarily focusing on the topography of that property and the fact that there's a lot of signage in the area that's higher. So with that, here are a couple motions for your consideration, and answer questions if you have any.
Mayor, I have a question.
Thank you, Rodney. Yes.
So there's no variance for the sign area being requested, is that right?
That's correct.
300 square feet is not the limitation, is that correct as well?
300 feet?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 300 square feet?
I'm sorry, so state that again?
The display area, surface area of the sign itself.
Yeah, so if we go back to our...
I did some math as far as on what was shown, and kind of splitting hairs, maybe it's really close, but it seemed to be more than 300 square feet. But
so again, we'd have to look at that at the time of sign permit, but the maximum, as you can see here, is 300 square feet.
Okay. So again, the request is just for the pole height, not
That's
for the
correct.
sign area.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Thank you, Rodney. Okay, this is a public hearing, and
Madam Mayor, there is no one that did an advance sign up for this item.
thank you. Is there anyone here that intended to testify this evening? I'm guessing not. With that, Mr. Walker, you would be welcome to come forward and provide some closing comments and see if there are any further questions.
Excuse me, Mayor and Council, thank you very much. To answer your question, we fully intend to meet the 300 square feet.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
We understood what
Yeah.
the motion was.
We show our standard size because they're, we try to, but we adjust all the time to meet the local requirements. So we'll do that at the time that we apply for the sign permits.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your consideration. We look forward to being part of the community.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you so much. I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the variance of 10-23-20F, freestanding pole sign maximum height of 40 feet on a 3.84 acre parcel, R3129701000 at 206 Shannon Drive for Blue Beacon Incorporated representing Trace Walker, variance 00173-2024 with all proposed conditions and findings.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula? Yes. Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
No.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
And with that, I would stand for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Adjourned.